again, we ask for your wisdom, for your guidance, and all that we do here this evening. May the actions that we take here today be in the best interest of the citizens of Effingham County, who has entrusted us with this position. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We got a good crowd. Thank all of y'all for coming. First item on our agenda is the consideration of a resolution to approve the agenda. If there's no changes,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add to the agenda on the new business, discussion about this, request for an affidavit on the records request.
I'll second.
under new business says item number
That's where it's applied.
Item number 19. Concerning the open records request.
Yes, it's about the thing we just received, the letter, affidavit requesting signature on open records. Since this has been delayed so much to get out, it's kind of a time to do that.
I'm good with that. Board approval. Any other changes proposed? I will entertain a motion.
You already have a motion and a second.
I do?
Well,
Oh, I missed it.
well, I guess the motion would be to approve the agenda with the change.
With the change.
Item number 19, discussion.
And a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the minutes for the July 30th, 2013 special call meeting, the August 6th, 2013 medical health care renewal workshop, and the August 6th, 2013 commissioners meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion and second to approve those minutes that were stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. All right, we will have a presentation at 5:30. Let's go ahead and get the consent agenda out of the way. I'm going to ask that public comments be listed, limited to the agenda items only, please. First item on the consent agenda is consideration to amend the zoning ordinance of Effingham County to allow for solar farms as a conditional or permitted use specified zoning district. And item number 2, consideration to approve a community service application with the Georgia Department of Corrections probation operations. No questions or discussion? I'll entertain.
Make a motion to approve those minutes standing.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Under old business, consideration to amend the water and sewer agreement with Buckingham Plantation.
Sure, I need to step down on this issue. Where I forgot
Let the record show Commissioner Jones has stepped down, and she has an interest in the company in which is to be considered. All right, Mr. Steve, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this is the same thing that we approved 2 others at the last meeting, correct?
3 others at the previous meeting, yes, sir.
This is simply to change the wording in an existing agreement from impact fees to cost recovery. No other
In
changes.
a very succinct manner, yes, sir. That's exactly what it is.
No other changes.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. Do you have anything else to add tonight?
No, sir.
I'll
I'm
entertain a
open.
motion from the board.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Is that one?
Oh, you got another one?
Well, unless you want to do it 5:30.
Yeah. We got time. First item, new business.
Well, thank you.
Consideration to amend chapter 75 of the Code of Effingham County and proposal to adopt the backflow prevention by containment policies and procedures.
Thank you. I won't spend a lot of time discussing what backflow prevention is. We consult your intelligence. I'll assume that you all know what backflow is and why it's a problem can be a problem for drinking water systems, and how important it is that we protect our customers from each other, in essence, by making sure that whatever water is present within the customer's distribution system doesn't get out into the county system and get into the distribution systems of other customers. That has been a problem in many places all over the country, and it's fairly common, extremely common, that just about everyone has an ordinance and a policy to take care of that situation. We have an extremely short blurb in the existing ordinance that says basically nothing about backflow prevention, basically only addresses cross connections on the customer's property. So we have drawn up an amendment to the ordinance, which is enclosed in your books. It enables a backflow prevention by containment policy and procedure document, which you've also been provided a copy of. It's about 20 pages. Don't really intend to go through every line of it unless you guys really have questions. We certainly can discuss any of these items, but it does cover not just cross connections on the customer's property, but also the fact that their system shall be contained and kept separate from the public system by the use of backflow prevention at the meter. That's the biggest difference between what is currently in place and the policy and ordinance document that we'll read tonight.
Bottom line, can I ask you, interrupt you a minute?
Absolutely.
The bottom line of this, if somebody has an existing water line going into their house being served off the public system, can we require them by this new ordinance to go in and install this backflow prevention device?
Yes,
Or
sir.
is this simply,
This requires all connections to be protected by a backflow preventer, whether that's all connections, whether residential or commercial, yes, sir, and existing and future, yes, sir.
so then you're saying if we approve this right here in its entirety, just as it is, we would have the authority to go on anybody's property being served by the public system and require them to dig it up and install a backflow preventer.
If they don't have one now, yes, I mean, it's not very common, there aren't very many that don't, but yes, to
So
answer your
you're
question.
saying that we have been required?
We have been asking nicely for
Asking
everyone to comply, and we have fairly good compliance.
Okay.
And we have
So
universal.
this is basically to put the teeth into what we have been asking nicely to do.
You could put it that way, yes, sir.
Well,
That
that's
wouldn't
the
be
way
in
to
there.
put it.
Yes, sir. That wouldn't be in there, yes, sir.
How are we going to go around and ask people to do that?
What's the cost of that, first of all?
Well, the backflow preventer itself costs
It depends on the size of the connection, but
For-
a few $100.
for how much?
A few $100 for an average sized connection. If you're talking about non-residential, if you're talking about residential, we have already install backflow preventers in the meter box for all residential meters. So that's already taken care of.
Is
So we're
there,
really,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay. Is there a state or federal requirement? I'm assuming this,
state.
basically, we should have already been requiring this.
Well, that's my understanding too.
Correct.
I mean, every water system that I've had anything to do with, I had to do it. I mean, to meet EPD standards.
So we want
That's
our
basically
requirements.
Okay.
We have a policy that is not,
So this policy will
up to snuff.
bring us into compliance with the law.
Will bring us up to modern day times, yes.
Steve, are we providing meters or are they? So we are providing meters.
All meters.
Is that part of the assembly of what we're providing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, say again?
Is
Is the backflow preventer
backflow
part
part of the assembly?
for residential connections only? Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So yes, it is integral to the meter box for residential applications, yes.
Is this only on the potable line or also on the irrigation line?
This,
All line?
well, this only applies to the drinking water distribution system. This does not apply to the reuse distribution system, if that's what you're asking.
No, if there's a situation where somebody's using drinking water for irrigation, and they have a separate meter, then
We don't have any of those situations.
no.
No.
But you would have to since it
But
does
if you
connect
did,
to
you would have to,
drinking
because
water.
the whole thing is to protect the drinking water system from, if
And
the system becomes non-pressurized on this side for some reason, and it goes,
sucking back water out.
sucks some
Yes, sir.
But hey,
Contaminants.
fertilizers or anything else back up into the system.
Right.
The problem is if we had the responsibility to be in compliance and we were not in compliance, how can we go back and make them?
hey,
Hey,
that's
now.
so bad.
How many instances, are you aware of how many instances, like, as in just roughly,
Very few.
Is that five?
I would
Is that
say maybe
25?
5.
I mean,
Maybe 5 at the most.
At the moment.
is it your intent not, you're not intending on knocking on their door telling them?
Not tomorrow, no, sir.
Well, I'm just saying,
I mean-
that's not your intent, is to.
No, this is, the purpose of this policy is not to knock those people down. We're already enforcing them to do that. That's not even really what this is. This is more about making sure that we have a policy that complies with state rules and regulations and that, we're up to date in doing what we're supposed to be doing. It really is. It's not about,
We
But
have to
they,
give
when
them
they built their
compliance.
house and put that in, they didn't have to do that, so it's automatic.
But
Go
it's-
back, put one in.
Well, that's what I'm questioning. We have to give them
It
compliance.
may be that we have to pay to have it done on those fines.
That's what I'm getting at. I don't
Because we need to
understand
protect the system.
Are there any
That's-
instances of residential though, because they are combined?
to my knowledge, there are no instances of any residential connections that are not protected by a
I don't
backflow
believe
preventer. We're
it's
not
an
talking
issue
about
with
residential.
Because they're combined in the meter,
That's,
and the meter's purchased through the county, so we ensure that that's complied with. The 5 that Mr. Leon is referring to, would all be some form of commercial or industrial, non-residential.
non-residential, yes, sir.
Customer.
That is correct. Yes, we're not talking about somebody's house.
So if anybody has to put one in, I think the county has to put it in if they already got the water going.
That's the choice of the board. I mean, if that's what the board wants to do.
If it was built and the CO was issued and it needs to be there and it wasn't there, I think, and it being filed, I think that's something we need to take care of. Because I can just see the firestorm trying to go back to somebody who built by what was required and have a CO, and now to go back and try to get it.
I'd probably shoot you if you come to my house and do that.
We're not talking about anybody's house.
Huh?
We're not talking about anybody's house.
Well, whatever.
Well, we still don't want inappropriate word going to anybody, whether they're commercial or
It
not.
should be
Completely agree.
great timing, we need to.
Somebody owns it.
If the board's
Well, and
Desire.
really, Commissioner Luther, this doesn't apply to private wells,
Right.
This only applies to public drinking.
Yeah, I know.
only to county-provided public drinking water, not even other community water systems or other city systems or anything like that. We're talking about the Effingham County public drinking water system.
I understand that, I understand that, but still, when they built, they didn't have to do that. Now you don't tell them they got to go back and redo it.
Do these people already know that there is an issue at all?
Say again?
Do these customers know that there is an issue at all?
I would imagine that they probably are aware of it, yes.
Have we discussed with them that they need a backflow preventer and don't have them?
Maybe with one in the past, several years ago. Not
What did they
recently.
say?
And
What did they say?
Well, they haven't put one on. So, I mean, we asked nicely.
so we could approve this tonight and then still determine how we're going to pay, deal with those, is that correct?
But before us is an ordinance, or this amendment to this chapter. for the consideration of the board that we need to take action on, and whether or not we approve it or disapprove this particular document, I think is what's before us.
And I would be okay with that from here forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And what my suggestion would be then is for the water and sewer department to try to ascertain anybody then that is not in compliance and ask them to come into compliance, and then if that presents an issue for it to be brought back to this board for action.
With the cost estimate. With the cost estimate.
Yeah, but we would need to know what the situation is, the cost estimate, and I don't feel good about sitting here banking on, there's 5 of them out there and it's $200 a piece, and all of a sudden we find out there's 8 of them out there and they're $2,000 a piece. Because all of it depends on the size of the meter and all these different issues.
But then it costs more to put it in than the meter, than it costs. Part of the cost.
Steve, if it was a commercial building, like a multi-unit building, and at the manifold, you had one at the manifold, would you still be required 2 individually? I say at the manifold, so that it doesn't potentially contaminate the other 2?
Well, it can be done either way. Plumbing code, I do believe, has something to say about that sort of thing. I don't do building inspections, so I can't tell you exactly what the plumbing code said, but I believe the plumbing code would infer that there would need to be some protection from one suite to another or one unit to each other. Yes, sir.
All right, I've got an ordinance here amendment before you. There's no other discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
We make this on the ones that's gonna put it in the future. What we can put in there to keep it.
Effective today.
Already in there.
Effective
I
today.
think we just have to go effective and handle those.
Just take it on this
case
day.
by case.
Does the ordinance have any wording on this that goes backwards and addresses the old people?
Page 3 of the actual document itself, 10 of 29 of your agenda materials. Section 3, implementation and enforcement, covers that very thing. And mainly we start with 2, implementation and policy procedures shall also commence immediately on existing installations. So this particular document contemplates requiring things in existence today to comply with this ordinance.
What page is that on?
Which
It depends on which ones you're looking at. Page 3 of the actual document, or 10 or 29 of the actual agenda, there's 2 different.
What number is it under?
Section 3.
What number?
number 1. I'm excuse me, number 2. I'm sorry. Section 3, number 2.
Section 3 and then what?
Paragraph
Section 3, implementation of policy number 2. Well, really 1 and 2. 2 gets down to the existing portion of it.
Well, we could tag in a sentence in here that says, if you guys are aware, county will, or board of commissioners will assess on an individual basis the cost of putting non-compliant customers into compliance, or something to that effect.
Necessary if we're all sitting up here in agreement.
I don't think you want to add that particular language to the actual ordinance. I mean, if the board wishes to pay for these 5 entities to come into compliance, it's something that can be done in a future meeting by a budget adjustment or something of that nature.
You know, I see that as any other fee that has to come before the board to be limited in any fashion, whether it's taxes, fire fee, anything. If there's somebody that does not want to come into compliance, and it's a cost issue, I believe it's up to the board then to hear that information and take action on a case-by-case basis.
Well, that is why I was asking for the wording that this probably does need to address the existing ones in order for us to still be in compliance.
And it also does need to include in the fact that someone could be in compliance today and then go out there tomorrow and take their back order out, and they would be existing as of tomorrow. So it wouldn't give us any.
But we weren't having to deal with how we're paying for it in this, approving this. That was my point.
Right, you don't need to deal with any sort of payment in the ordinance. The
No.
ordinance only needs to
Mr. Chairman,
If we saw the ordinance too much, we may not be in compliance with the state, it's kind of what you're.
Right,
I believe this is an ordinance amendment and will require 2 readings.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So this will have to come back before you as a suggestion. If you would like to approve this now, in between now and your next meeting, we can get the information that you asked Mr. Leotta, which is how many are existing, what are the costs, and make any changes that you'd like to see to this policy
Well,
in that interim.
Simply done.
if this board so chooses, but is it true, Steve, that there are backflow preventers taken off? I mean, people put them on, and for one reason or another, they fail, or people determine that they can get a better water flow, and they take them off.
I certainly can't guarantee you that every one that's ever been installed is currently functional and in place, no.
You know what happens on the ones on sealed products?
So what I'm saying is, the ordinance needs to address the fact that if the county is able to ascertain that that has happened, that we've got the teeth to make it be put back in place.
Right, exactly, right.
That's what I understand this to do.
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes, sir. We understand that you want to see the list of exactly who has non-compliant installations as of today. We will make a survey of our system. We don't have that many connections. We can get that done in the next week or two and get quotes on the installation of a new backflow preventer for those non-compliant installations to you prior to the next second reading. Yes, sir.
So this, we can consider this as the first reading.
Yes, sir.
And that be put back on, not as a consent item, on,
Correct. It'd have to come back before you.
so that we can have that information presented for the second reading.
Yeah, all right.
And with that understanding, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You have your marching direction, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right. We have a presentation at 5:30. I apologize to whatever individual that is. I thought we could handle that quicker. Mr. Walter, please.
Yes, sir. This is dealing with road access.
Yes, sir. Just go ahead and state your name in that little microphone for the record, so we're sure we're talking to the right person.
Okay, I'm Walter Vale.
Thank you.
Now, what we had our primary access road has been closed off. A man bought property and he put a gate up. Well, it changed hands. This was all family land, went back in here. And it come down, my granddaddy and Tommy Long come to a gate, come to a fork in the road, and I had a gate there and had 2 locks locked together. And so he wanted to get to the property. Granddaddy unlocked this lock. He went that way, looped it back through Mr. Ashley's lock. Locked it back together. Mr. Ashley come in, he unlocked his lock, went to his property and locked it back in Granddaddy's lock that way. Everybody had to go, you know. Since this, my cousin Harold bought a boat landing from my granddaddy years ago. And his wife, Miss Ann, fell off the walk log that went across to the field and like to drown. So cousin Harold put a road into his trailer that he had over on the field side. And well, he did that. What happened is everybody in the field started cutting across the field and going out his road. And you know, ain't no telling how many he shot at, because he shot at me going across there before, not knowing who me cutting across, and I was family. And so,
Is this gentleman still living? Is this gentleman doing the shooting still living?
no sir.
Okay, so I'm safe to go out there.
No, he passed a few years ago. But anyhow, that, the road coming from the boat landing to the field has never been our access.
$5, sir.
Oh, that's not my phone ringing, that's my
That's your
alarm phone.
phone.
Follow that of interpretation.
They'll do it every time. But the road coming from the boat landing has never been our access road. Our access road has always been, you know, through the field, through the back of the field. And, you know, when this come up about man putting the gate up, we addressed this years ago. And somebody got misinformation and said the road never went out. You know, the back of the field had always come from the boat landing. So they was misinformed on that. So what we have now is we have a road that's just about impassable now. If it snows or floods, it's impassable. You know, our high and dry access is it's got a gate up. And I've asked the man for a key to the gate, you know, where we could get out, you know, if we couldn't go the other way. You know, through the boat landing, which I'm not supposed to go through there. The next door neighbor is not supposed to go through there. They have no right of way through there. They haven't bought property from anybody back there, so they don't have a right of way. Their right of way is through the back of the field, always been. That's how it was 100 years or so. Here's a picture of me in a foot tub in my front yard 52 years ago. And I can tell you where every road back there was. And we put in 3 trailers back there so far. We had a small trailer, it was like a camper trailer, you know, like an Airstream type. I had it back there. And we put in another one, this was back in, I'd say 73 or 74. It come in this road, and now we have a double wide. It come in this road. Next door neighbors, they got an 80-foot double wide. It come in this road. It can't go across by the boat landing because it's a ditch. You might as well say. And
So what are you asking of this commission, Mr. Chairman?
all I'm asking is just the gate be done away with, where we can use the road that we're supposed to use.
So somebody else is gating the road and
Yeah.
everybody's going around it and creating a road around the gate.
Well, everybody's going through the boat landing now. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be out the back of the field, and it cuts over to High Bluff. See, my address used to actually be Exley Road Extension.
Paul says, as the county attorney, to your knowledge, or, I mean, she can speak directly, I know Eric's not here, but is anybody as certain whether or not this is a county road, if it's not, I mean, what exactly do we have here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting.
I don't know, was this, I didn't really have this item, I don't know who it was forwarded to, I have not looked at it.
Okay. So what we have is Mr. Fail so far saying this gate needs to come down.
We live there too.
We did that too.
All right, one at a time, y'all come tell me what y'all got to say.
David Bodford.
Mr. Bodford?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The road now that we're using coming across the boat landing is almost impassable. We have a 20-foot right of way, and there's probably 12 foot of that gone. The road just collapsed 2 weeks ago when they had a piece of equipment come back there to saw on the power lines, trimming all the hedges. No emergency vehicles whatsoever get back there to us. Somebody's house catches fire, there's nothing we can do. That's why we need this back road open so we can have that access. I got pictures of the road now on my phone and it's in bad shape.
So you're one of the people that is getting to your home and property by going around this gate?
No, we're not going around no gates right now. We're coming across the boat landing.
You go across the boat landing?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Who else?
Hi, my name is Donna Farley. I also live, Farley, yes. I also live back there. I just purchased this house about a year ago. I was unaware that I wasn't gonna have the access that in my papers when I bought the house, it was stated as an emergency access. So I was actually granted 2 accesses, one through the boat ramp and one through Mike Fountain's gate, which this gate they're referring to, it's Mike Fountain's gate. There's something going on with these people as far as the fighting and whatnot. I don't care. I'm a single mother. I have 4 children. I'm by myself. And as of now, the road is almost completely has us landlocked. So something needs to be done as soon as possible, because otherwise you're going to have about 5 to 6 families that can't get out. We're literally going to be landlocked at this point. So I'm just going to ask that somebody come out and take a look at the amount of damage that we're talking about, vehicles trying to go through. No mail, no emergency vehicles, no electric company, nothing can get back there right now, at all. Right now, if you don't have an SUV or a truck, you're not getting back there. So.
You stated that you were granted access for, who granted you the access and in what fashion? Was it through a deed or?
Yes, I was granted a deed through, from the Fales actually, on my actual property paperwork. I didn't bring it with me today, but I can provide that for you guys. And the plat that he's talking about.
Is that who you bought your property from, the Fales?
No, sir, it was the Rice.
The Rice, okay.
Yes, they were the original owners of the home. And they went, in my paperwork it states that I had 2 accesses granted to me. I had one that was through the boat ramp, and then one that was through Mike Fountain's yard. I tried speaking with Mr. Fountain, I tried to reason with him, and he said absolutely not. He would not open that gate for any reason at any time. So the fact that we're landlocked means absolutely nothing. So, I mean, I don't care about what's going on. Something needs to be done as soon as possible.
Well, I can't speak to the legal issues, but I mean, it depends on who granted you that access rights and whether or not they had the right to grant that to you.
Well, I just know that when we purchased the home, the way it was set up, the former owners and the landowners had to come in and had to sign stuff off. But when you look at my actual paperwork, it shows that road going through his land as being one of my original access routes. And that road is actually named on my plat as a county road, just so we're clear that Mr. Fale is correct in that.
Did you get title insurance when you bought that?
I did.
Have you gone back to your closing attorney and had your closing attorney deal with the issues?
I have, actually twice.
And what does he say?
Basically, he said it's a matter for us to deal with. I mean, they told me that they did not even disclose for me that this had been to court like numerous times. No one said a word to me about any of this. So I purchased the home unbeknownst to me, found out after the fact that this has been going on for years. So now I'm a single mother back there, and I have no idea how to even begin to approach the situation. I've already contacted, I'm not sure who I spoke with, but I've already contacted one of y'all and had you guys out and spoke to you guys directly about it. And I mean, it's a mess.
Hold on to your title insurance policy, you may need it.
Okay. Thank you.
Somebody else?
Good evening. I'm Mike Fountain. I'm the gate owner.
Oh, you're the fellow.
Okay. I liked all the folklore and the legends and the tales, but you know, today's world deals by facts and laws. What's on your deed, what's on your plats. My deed, I furnished that a week or so ago, plat. My deed has no easement. Never has, never will. Now, the young lady that was just up here did speak to me on my front porch. And I told her if it was an emergency, I'd be glad to let them get out that way. No problem. So I just want to clear all this up. You know, I don't care really what happened 50 years ago, 70 years ago. On the plats, on most of the plats over there, it shows an easement to Highway 275, a 20-foot easement. No easement across my land. And as far as a prescriptive easement, that don't work either. I've never seen Mr. Fayetteville. Couldn't have told you who he was. And that's pretty much one of the laws involved in a prescriptive easement. There has to be an agreement. Can't make an agreement if you've never seen the man. And I'm sure y'all got attorneys here, but this has already went before a couple of lawyers 5 or 6 years ago. Wasn't nothing. It was over and done. Because there is no easement across my property. They have no prescriptive easement. So, I mean, and their easement comes from 275.
They are not landlocked, they have easement.
They have an easement. I have a plat right here that shows a 20-foot easement to Highway 275 that come out of the courthouse. Black and white, right here in my hand.
It shows it as a woods road across Wise and Reed property. Is that the one you're talking about?
That's correct. And that's where it stops at Reed's. That road that they're speaking of, if you want to call it that, when I purchased this land January 5th, 1999, was trying to think of a nice way to put it, access for the drunks and the druggies from the river that they had beat through there to keep them going on 275 and getting caught by the law. I bet you I cleaned up 50 cases of liquor bottles, 100 cases of beer cans, took months. It had holes that my tractor disappeared in. This was not no road. So I just want to make it clear that where we stand at on this. I mean, and not being disrespectful, but I think this is probably more of a civil matter and not a commissioner's matter.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to about it was landlocked, and I don't know the law good enough to know. I would think it is not a county issue, unless there was absolutely certain there was no way that they had access to the property then possibly.
Well, it's, I'm hearing this for the first time tonight, just like everybody else. So before the county can do anything, we have to determine, is it a county road and is there any county property involved in all this? If it's an easement dispute amongst private landowners, there's nothing the county can do. And with respect to who's landlocked, who's not landlocked, again, that's a civil.
Also a real.
If it's strictly between private parties, it is a civil matter and nothing the county can do about it.
There is no county property involved, none whatsoever.
Mr. Fountain, you made mention of this has been through the courts.
Well, it went through 2 lawyers, and it never made it to and the other party's lawyer told him there's nothing you can do.
I was just asking, if there was some litigation at some point, I just wanted to know who had record of that.
Well, there are attorneys here in town that does have it.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
May I ask one question? When is the last time that the county went in and maintained it?
Never have. County property stops at the edge of my property on the west side, gates on the east side of the property.
Does anybody remember the county maintaining the road before he bought the property and was found bought the road?
I've been back there 30 years, and I've never seen a county on my property.
Never have been. I've had it, almost 15 years. Now, there's approximately 14 landowners over there. When my driveway, which is 1,000 foot long, gets in disarray, or your driveway, you get out there and fix your driveway. You don't go to your neighbor and want them to give you a way out. Put your money together, fix your driveway. Mr. Wise fixed it the last time because of the lawyer thing between me and some of them. And they found out that was it. He put up around $15,000 and putting the berm and the road. And they were all supposed to get together and help pay the man back. Didn't happen. So now nobody wants to do anything with their easement. They need to take care of their land.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else got something they wish to say? One at a time.
My name's John Gladden. I live in the same area also. We talked to Mike Fountain. What Mike Fountain said about the easement and what he said about, I personally talked to him and he told me that I could go through. I live right behind him. He said that if there was a situation where we couldn't get out, that we could go through there. He told me that. So what he said about that is that is the truth. The problem at hand is that this particular hole that we're talking about, where you go up this particular drive, it washes down this road into a creek. The creek sits right next to the retreat. It's like a lake, a pond. This hole is so big that you could put a semi-truck in it and wouldn't be able to see it. Now the problem is when you go around this particular area where David was talking about the tractor that went around it the other day when the power company came in and they went in there with the tractor, the whole bank caved in. And what it's doing is it's eroding it, like this, up underneath the bank. Well, the problem at hand is that what do we do about emergency vehicles? What do we do about the power company? What do we do about any of that? Because if we have a line go down, the power company can't get back there to fix it. If a house catches on fire, I understand what Mike Fountain says about going to his property and all, but it's not like I can go down and knock on his door and say, hey, I need a key to get in the gate because my house is on fire. Can we get the fire department in? So the fact at hand is we're in a dilemma and we're caught between a rock and a hard place. What he said about being $15,000 to fix it, I would imagine it'd probably be more than that now, as big a hole as it is. And every time it rains, it does the same thing. And all of us are landlocked back there. It will get to the point very short now, as much rain as we're having, where we won't be able to get out of there. And the dispute that Mike had with the Fells and everything else and all that stuff, I don't know about all that. We just moved there just like Donna did, and we fell right into the lap of all of this mess. And we had an easement that said that we could go in through the boat landing. On our deed it says that. But on the plat it did show that road goes out the other way. So basically we're at y'all's mercy. We don't know what to do because it's going to get to the point, like I said, where we're not going to be able to get out of there. We don't have the money to spend, $15,000, $20,000 to fix it. Then we have to take this in consideration. Okay, it drains in the wetlands. Okay, so what happens if we do pitch together and we do that, and then we end up messing up the wetlands? Then we got to deal with that, the EPA and the Corps of Engineers and everything else, because it runs right down that road, right into the water.
Then it runs right into the Savannah River.
Right into the Savannah River. So I mean,
I don't know if you were understanding what the county attorney was saying to us, but she had to review it, but what she was saying was, if none of this is county property, you're not at our mercy because we don't have jurisdiction over it,
yeah, well,
I have,
can do.
Well, I'm just asking for your advice because we don't know. We don't know what to do.
that our address, excuse
We can't
me,
give advice.
excuse me, our address is 3051 Ebenezer Road. Ebenezer Road is a county-maintained highway up to the point where it goes to the boat landing. Our actual physical address is Ebenezer Road. So in my eyes, legally, we do live on what should be a county-maintained road because that is our physical address. So that is a question of whether the county would be responsible or not. Additionally, on the plats and the plats that are in the county's office, that road is actually, the back road is named Woods Road. And Miss Kathy Mincy and Mr. Stephen Smith's actual physical addresses are 0 Woods Road.
And they're right beside our house.
And they're right beside our house. So whether or not that's county, I don't know, but it does have a name, and it was open at one time, and their address is Woods Road. So the question I'm asking is, since we live on Ebenezer Road, and we also have the access easement, which was legally in our deed, then the county may be responsible. And it is entirely possible that we have an issue where the road drains out into the wetlands and then into the Savannah River. And I don't know what my personal liability would be if we would all get together and fix that road and not have the drainage proper in order to preserve the wetlands and in order to preserve what goes into the Savannah River.
And what do we do about the emergency vehicles if a house catches on fire?
We won't be able to answer you tonight. We're gonna have to review the whole.
But I would think that that would be a question for the county as far as the addresses, and as far as, since our address is Ebenezer Road and that is county maintained, whether the county would be responsible for maintaining that for us.
Is there any other property owner or person that wishes to speak to this issue?
I do have.
Would you come forward, state your name?
This is what they're talking about.
I think we've all got pictures of that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because really and truthfully, we've got all the information. We've got to take this, advise staff to look at it, look at the information, get a legal opinion from our attorney to decide if the county has any liability in this. We can get back with you, or you can set this on the agenda for not next meeting, but 2 weeks, 2 out. We can maybe get the information and present it back to you in a public forum if you would rather.
when I walk out here, I'm considering it done until because, it's a civil matter.
Let me ask one for, I'm trying to put this together, I'm going through these things. So apparently, Woods Road is an access easement across the Wise and Reed property, whether or not it's a county road or not. And that is fed off of Exley Road, which is at your property.
No, it's fed from Highway 275 by the
Woods Road goes out to
275. And then when it gets to my property line, that's the 20-foot easement that was granted back during the good old days for all the landowners over there. And my notion, if they're being granted access and titles and deeds and buying this property here lately, somebody's committing fraud and all that. So I'm the only one who can commit to giving you access on my land, not attorneys.
That's the reason I made the statement that I did. If the county determines that it's not a county road, that we have no control over this road, this area, then it's a civil matter.
That's right.
And that's where it's going to have to end with this board. Even though I can express my concerns and everything else, that's why I told the lady that she needs to keep her title insurance policy, because that may be her recourse. I'm not giving legal opinions. I'm just saying that may be her remedy.
And if it come down to emergency or something, by all means, I would help them out.
Well,
but by the law, if I open that thing and for a certain period of time, and nod my head, next thing I know, then it's a road.
And it might be in case of a fire emergency, it might be like a property that I own, the fire truck just busted.
He can't get through there now anyway. It's a horse field. It's no road there. It's about this wide, path.
Has anybody else got any other pertinent information for this?
Thank you.
The board will take this as under advisement, and staff will look at the facts and present that to our attorney, and we will make a determination as a board as whether or not we have, the county has any authority to exercise on this road.
Yes, sir.
Do you have new information, sir?
Well, the way it is, when Cousin Howard put that road in, everybody started using it. The Corps of Engineers deemed that road unsafe for public use.
I understand
And
that.
told him to take it out, but he said no, that was his driveway to his trailer sitting there. That's the only reason that road stayed in there. But the Corps of Engineers told him he had to remove it when he put it in, first put it in there. Right after he first put it in there, everybody started using it. And the only reason it stayed in there is he told him that was his driveway to his trailer, explaining about the sand falling off the log every time. But all before this road was put in, the only way in was the back road, and as the road changed over the years, you know, people bought this property, they left the access, you know, usually on the property line, where two properties join right through. And we never had no problem about getting back there. Now, Mr. Fountain was talking about traffic going back there, druggies and drunks and all that. Yeah, we've had that problem back there for years. You know, that's all over the county. But that's a job for the sheriff's department and police department.
Because that will become a civil matter if the county does not have jurisdiction over it. That's what we have to determine.
The only solution I see to this problem is the county do an eminent domain, put a right-of-way in there, and right-of-way can come in from anywhere. It can come in from High Bluff back that way. It can come in like off 275 where the Power Company Road comes out. Right there, it can go right down old Augusta Road right there. That's far as I know, it's an old power line. It's probably Power Company right away through there, and that's just 500 foot or so.
I understand.
I mean, it's not, you know.
Your statement is so noted, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Staff got what we need.
Yes, sir.
Do a little research on it, see what we got.
All right. Help me out. Where are we?
You bid.
All right. Everybody good?
Everybody get it.
I'll pick it up. All right, second item under new business. Consideration to approve a refund in the amount of $600 for Kenneth Shores. What is this, Ms. Stephanie?
I'm sorry. Mr.
Got your name outside.
Should be here. He's supposed to be here. The history is Mr. Shores, bought a building permit to move a mobile home on a property. The property turned out to be a property he was renting rather than owning. After he was issued his building permit, he was told that he could not move his mobile home on a property that he was renting. Mr. Shores had put in a site prep pad for the mobile home. He is requesting a refund of $600. That's the cost for the site preparation.
Ms. Carter had contacted me, basically telling me the story that he had received the permit, and with that permit in hand, he started preparation to move his mobile home. Once they came to do the inspection, they found out that he didn't actually own the land, but he had already spent this money. He's been refunded the money for the permit. From what I understand, it was a mistake on the county's part. George, can you clarify that? And I think I emailed you to make sure that there was some way we catch this in the future.
Yeah, we've got a better way to resolve it in the future. both of the clerks in the office over here were there the day he came in, and neither of them remember him saying it was a rental property. Now we're specifically giving them a form saying this is not a rental property, but at the time we didn't do that. He says he told them it was a rental property. Neither one of them remember hearing that.
Was that a question that was typically asked when somebody asked for a permit or something like that?
It wasn't. It was not asked.
But we do now have it on the form, so that won't.
Yes, we get it in writing now.
It's amazing it's not happening before now.
I'm certain it has.
This is, from what I understand, Ms. Carter's the one that did all the emailing, and she just said it's an older gentleman, and was put him in fine, spent his money.
Who owns the property?
Donna Sykes Carter.
That sounds about right. I don't have
And he
Yeah.
could, he would not have been able to get permission to get the permit from that landowner?
Correct.
Is that?
We have a policy that you can't put a mobile home, because of the nature of mobile homes, they're dealt with like automobiles, they're titled separately. So if you put it on property you don't own and you abandon it, the owner of the property can't remove it. Well, it's an extremely difficult process. We've had problems with that also, where this has happened in the past, mobile home's been abandoned, the owner of the property is stuck with this hulk, rotting hulk on their property and can't get it down. So we have a policy that you have to own the land you're moving the mobile home onto.
Okay, I was not sure.
Yes.
So what happens if a person goes and puts a mobile home in a mobile home park?
That's the exception to the rule. Mobile home parks, you can rent space in a mobile home park. Mobile home parks are aware of the processes of trying to remove them. They take that risk.
They take the risk.
Yes.
But wouldn't the landowner be taking, assuming the risk?
Yeah, but
So if somebody owns a piece of property and willing to rent it to someone, would not the better fix be to allow it to be put there and the property owner sign off on it?
If you prefer that, we can change the ordinance.
For that to happen.
Yeah. If you prefer that, we can certainly change the ordinance.
I'm just asking. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that's what
if I owned a piece of property and somebody wanted to put it there,
I would agree with that, with the only addition that you need a disclaimer on the form at the time that tells the person if the mobile home's abandoned, what you have to go through. Because I know, I can understand that probably the reason it was made is because somebody came and complained, I didn't know I had to go through all this.
Right. We've had mobile homes sit for years on someone's property, unable to be moved. So.
Well, if it becomes a blight issue, then nobody can do anything.
Right.
We actually bought some land with a mobile home that was left, and it was an issue.
Now, I guess the question is, can we
In this case, reimburse him.
get reimbursed for those costs that we caused him to spend?
It is.
and did we cause him to spend it?
Yes.
She said it's a motion.
What do we have
Of
to
course, if y'all choose to refund him that money, it's within your discretion to do so.
He did the right thing, he went and got a permit, he went and got his license, everything to do it. He did what he had to do, so I think we support the man money.
Is he Mr. Short here?
He was present. He was called to come.
Well, personally, if this board wants to reimburse money like that, I would rather see receipts for cost and this, that, and the other, rather than just.
There's
So it's $600 for the clearing and $250 for the permit, but we're not asking for a refund on the permit?
He's already refunded the
He's already
permit
requested
fee.
that.
Now, I did ask them to, I just realized that, I thought there was, here's this, okay, I'll just check.
That's a check.
Just having,
I can see the county refunding him his permit fee, but if in fact we were not told that it was rental property to where the county had knowledge and could make him aware that our ordinance did not allow that at the time we issued the permit, and he went out and spent this money himself, I might not be the popular one up here, but I'm not so sure that the county has a liability to be refunded this money.
Well, they wouldn't spend it, they wouldn't give them that permit.
That's right, that's the way I see it. I mean, it's
Well,
right
I
back
just
to-
heard something on the Board of Health the other day where a gentleman, family, put a septic tank in that failed. And they were asking for the same type thing, they wanted the money back, to pay for their failed system. And I see this is a lot the same. Maybe we do have a liability and not specifically having it on the form, which has been put there now. And
I think we have responsibility in that we didn't have something in place to verify it, so that it was a permit in error.
The fellow did what he did, he was in good faith. He bought $250 in the county, and he thought he could do it. He wasn't trying to pull nobody's leg, but get something done.
I would like to see a receipt instead of just a written check. I just don't wish I would be just get rid of it.
I mean, if anybody feels strong enough they want to make a motion, I'll lend to the direction of this board. I'm just simply making my statement that
Well, I agree with you. I don't have a problem refunding what we have to refund. The permit fees such as that, I'm okay with, the state. It's when we have to dip into the taxpayers to refund taxpayer money for this that may or may not have been a mistake. I tend to agree with that. On the other hand, I see the argument that, the man did act in good faith and got a permit and then realized there's a problem. And I'm glad to see that we've got something in place to make sure that doesn't happen. But I would think that the clerk's familiar with this and the question was asked, but I don't know.
personally, I'd rather this be brought to this board as a variance to allow him to put it there, and work with the ordinance rather than just saying you can't do this after seeing that he'd expended this time, energy, and money.
I would have no problem with that either.
Would he still have an interest, you think?
I haven't sliced that in.
Has he already made other arrangements?
That's right.
I don't know how long.
And I don't know either. I'm just saying that I would rather entertain that idea because I think that's a fallacy in the,
We can table it to the next commission meeting, give them a chance to find out. Then we make a decision.
Well, and the person's not here to ask that question.
no, he's not here. I would entertain a motion from this board to table this for the next meeting to give staff time to contact this individual and find out what those options might be and if he is still interested in pursuing putting a mobile home in that location.
I'll make a motion to table it to the next meeting.
Second.
Under those conditions.
Under those conditions.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. George, you've got a project.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, next item of consideration to accept the bid for copier lease and managed services agreement for the county.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Fiona Charlton, purchasing agent. I'd like to request board consideration to approve a bid from Coil Business Products for copier lease and managed services. The county had 3-year leases on Toshiba copiers from DocuQuest. The final lease expired in July, so all Toshiba copiers are now leased on a month-to-month basis. A request for quote was issued and advertised on the Georgia Procurement Registry website, the Georgia Local Government Access website, the Effingham County website, in the Effingham Herald and the Savannah Morning News. 6 responses were received. Monthly rates are approximate as the number of copies made each month can fluctuate. And the number of copies made for the purpose of the bid was based on the prior 12-month usage. The approximate monthly rates, including lease charges and copies made charges, are DocuQuest, $5,165.91. Coil Business Systems, $5,282.71. DOE, $5,641.62. ADR, $6,156.63. JTF, $6,174.76. And DocuGraphics, $6,280.63. Coil Business Systems bid is slightly higher than DocuQuest, but their bid includes 2 additional copiers with no lease charge for the jail and for the prison, which both operate 24/7, thus reducing downtime. Coil's bid also includes staples, which the county currently pays for, adding a potential savings of between $200 and $500 a year, depending upon usage. The current yearly copier lease with DocuQuest is approximately $89,444. Coil Business Systems yearly lease will be approximately $63,392, a potential savings of $26,051 annually. Coil will also offer a 40% discount if the county extends the lease for a year at the end of the 3-year term, and a 50% discount if the county extends the lease for 2 years at the end of the 3-year term, offering potential additional savings of up to $60,000 over a 2-year period. Staff receive very good references for Coil Business Systems, and the copier brand that they supply, Konica Minolta, has received many awards, including Buyers Lab A3 Multifunction Printer Line of the Year for 2011, 12 and 13. Staff recommends Alternative 1, approval of the bid from Coil Business Systems to provide copier lease and managed services to Effingham County. Any questions? This is just to approve the bid at this time.
But like over $26,000 savings.
Potential, because it's an average or approximate, because the copies made can fluctuate. Yes.
Any questions? Discussion? Call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve alternative number 1.
Second.
Coil Business.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item, consideration to renew the revised agreement with Savannah Technical College, Adult Education Department for GED testing. Gary, good morning.
Good evening. Warden Spears, Effingham County Prison. What this is a revised to the agreement that we done back in June of this year. The changes that was made was on page 3, item number 5. It shows that the testing was changed from $37 per subject exam to $32 per subject exam. And then they added the administrative fee of $4.16 per hour for the tester to come out and perform the test and the material. Georgia is going for GED testing strictly on the computers, coming into effect on 1 October. They'll be no longer taking the test at the prison as far as with the paper and the pencil where they come in and sit down and do it. They have to do it on with the computers now. And that's going to take an effect in 1 October, but come 1 January, if you have taken a written test and didn't pass it, you will have to take the whole test back over on the computer come 1 January of next year. That's what this agreement is about. It's just revising that one, letting everybody know that we are going to computer instead of doing paper and pencil.
Is there any additional funding? Is this already in our, everything's good with funding?
Yes, sir.
So you already have a computer equipment and everything that you need?
We're working on getting the computer for the GED testing. We already have 2 computers, yes.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve alternative number 1.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to approve the 2013-2017 Effingham County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. Mr. Byron, this is getting to be way too breakaway.
Good evening. Ed Meyer, Director, EMA. Most people that I speak to do not understand what hazard mitigation is. what it is, why we do it, and what does it mean for that individual or that municipality. Hazard mitigation is nothing more than a frame of mind. It is the concept of analyzing all the potential threats to Effingham County before they occur, and then developing a plan to prevent or at least recover from that emergency or disaster. A small scale of this example would be a surge protector on your computer. Storms come through, your computer's at risk of lightning strikes, there you have the surge protector. That is hazard mitigation. However, it is the idea that we may try to prevent some emergencies or hazards, but there are still those that are beyond our control. Hazard mitigation plans will lessen the effects and provide a quicker recovery for Effingham County. Another aspect of hazard mitigation plan that you should consider is revenue for future projects from federal and state grant funds. I believe that using hazard mitigation plan for federal and state grant funds is a new concept for Effingham County, but one that we will grasp quickly once we realize the impact of the hazard mitigation plan. It was stressed to the planning committee that future projects should be kept in mind, like roads and weather warning systems. If we have a road that is historically impassable during a storm for our fire trucks, then that concept should be kept in mind to show a need for federal funding later to help reduce our cost of paving that road. We can show that our goal is to reduce the possibilities of a fatality or injuries by warning citizens before a tornado or strong straight line winds arrive. With our goal outlined in the hazard mitigation plan, I now can apply for federal funding for a weather alert system to accomplish that goal. Whether we decide an outdoor system is best or a call system, either way we would qualify for that funding. Obviously this plan is quite large at 458 pages, so I'll just brush right over the tops of them. Chapter 1 is your introduction, your purpose, planning, organization, multi-jurisdictional considerations, and your community data. Chapter 2 and 3 is your vulnerability summary. We decided that, the planning committee decided that there were 8 topics that we needed to look at. Severe weathers, tornadoes, wildfires, flooding, coastal storms, hurricanes, hazardous materials spills, radiological events, and environmental contaminations, such as our Ageechee River and Ebenezer Creek. Chapter 4 and 5 are your mitigation goals and your objectives for those mitigation summaries. In other words, if flooding is an issue on a particular road, what are the goals to stop that? Do we need to take our culverts from one size and raise them up a size? If that's the case, then we can apply for federal funding later as long as it's in the hazard mitigation plan. Chapter 6 is plan implementation, evaluation, and most importantly, maintenance. Chapter 7 is your conclusion. Your Appendix A is your hazard identification, risk assessment, and vulnerability to include maps and inventory of assets. Appendix B is your future land use. Appendix C is your other planning documents such as the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. It should be noted this is the only part of this plan that was adopted and not created. However, it came straight from the Georgia Forestry Commission, and that was developed from a planning committee that we were a part of as well. Flood ordinance, stormwater management plan, and an Effingham County dam list is in the Appendix C. Appendix D is worksheets that we used in the planning process, and Appendix E is just some required planning for documentation that I needed. As you are well aware, all of my plans are multi-jurisdictional. I believe that we as a community can achieve more together, and this plan is a strong example of that concept. When considering funding for projects like an outdoor weather siren system, bridge repairs, dam repairs, or even road repairs, all the communities working together can receive more funding as a whole than we could by duplicating our efforts. At this time, you have support by resolution from the City of Springfield and Guyton. The plan comes up for ranking consideration next week, and I foresee no problems with it, as they were involved with the planning section. Therefore, I would like to respectfully request that Effingham County Board of Commissioners adopt by resolution the Joint Comprehensive Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan update as the official plan for Effingham County.
And the funding that is in place right now, there's no additional funding needed.
That is correct.
Mr. Mark, you said the board created the fire issue that was adopted in the Market Commission.
Board, I'm sorry, it was a planning committee.
Okay, that came up with this document.
That came up with both, yes. In Appendix E, you have a total list of everyone that was involved in it, or at least invited to attend in the meetings. It was all of your department heads and then some.
When was it reviewed at the committee, tells if you looked through it or when we hung out, I didn't get a chance to read all that.
I've read it 4 or 5 times.
Lord, I am disappointed. I have read every page of the first 10.
I'll tell you.
Basically, it's sound planning, but the only thing I guess that I would want to be certain of is that next year, there won't be something in place that says, we have to spend this amount of money because page so-and-so says this. So if that's correct, I just want to be sure of that. And I hear about the funding that we might be able to get, and that that's a plus, and understand the benefits.
The funding is a plus, however, we are a Tier 4 county, so it's great to get $3 million in grants, but you have to spend $3 million. So that's obviously a problem for us. There's nothing in here that says this is what our ordinance needs to be, therefore there's no changes that really need to be made. However, it does refer back to our ordinance, so if we decide to change our ordinance, the plan will adopt to it, and then we can go to that if we need funding for whatever reason.
But there's nothing in this that says by 2014, 15, 16, we've got to implement this, or spend money.
That is correct. The only thing in this plan that has to be done is in 2007 it needs to be updated, or 2017 needs to be updated.
Just like this had to be updated in order to still be eligible for.
That is correct.
Chapter 1, page 7. There is a small mistake, you correct. I did read the whole thing. Michael O'Neill is not the city of Rankin Mayor.
That is correct, yes.
Just make a note.
It is.
I know it's a draft.
It is. It's noted in mine as well, and that information has been forwarded.
That's the only thing that.
No, that's the one I need.
There was one right underneath that as well.
So you read it first. Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve alternative number 1 and approve the Effingham County multi-hazard mitigation plan.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item, consideration to transmit the fiscal year. Transmit the fiscal year 2013 capital improvement element to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. Mr. Shaw.
Hello, yes, this comes before you every year. This is our CIE, or capital improvement element. It is a reporting of how we have spent and intend to spend any impact fees that we have collected. And it has a financial accounting and a short-term work program in there. If you have any questions.
Except I think we've already seen one of these this year because last year it was done late.
Yep.
The only question I had was on the water and sewer. It showed no percentage for impact fee money for water and sewer at all in any of the categories, and I didn't understand that because in the past it had shown some.
Well, it is the intention, or in our discussions, that we would never actually get to funding any of these projects before, because as I understand it, we're going to get rid of the impact fees collections, and any monies we have will go straight to the debt service as noted.
Okay, so the other ones are shown because there's balances.
Correct.
Is that the reason?
Correct.
Okay.
Any water sewer balance is going directly to debt service.
Okay. I can accept that.
Any other questions? Have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. To approve the capital improvement element update as written.
Yes, alternate number 1.
Alternate number 1. And your second is to that? Okay. Motion and a a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Discussion on amending section 14 building regulations of the Effingham County Code of Ordinances. Mr. Shaw.
This is for discussion purposes only. There are a set of supplemental ordinances in our building code that have been there. I believe Mr. Davis, previous building official, drafted those years ago. What you have before you is an update to those ordinances. Some of them are obsolete. They've been, recent codes have made them obsolete. And some of them are amended to reflect what our building inspectors believe is good practices. And the discussion is whether we want to have any supplemental codes, whether we want some of these. Pretty much it. I believe your staff report should have a listing of the justifications for any of the ordinance amendments.
Beginning on page 6 of 11, you'll see the proposed amendments with justifications that Mr. Shaw referenced.
I'm trying to think of the best way to ask this question. Is the best way to clean this up is to repeal all the previous amendments?
Depends on the outcome the board wishes. If you wish to have no supplemental,
And then adopt new ones if there are new ones to be adopted?
Some of these are new and some of them are amendments to the existing, so that would be correct. So this tries to do both in one shot, but
well, what you have here beginning on 11 was just for clarification of the board. That's not what we would submit if we wanted to make the changes. That would actually be on page 3 of 11. I'm sorry, that's the current. I'm trying to see if we submitted the proposed amendment change in here. That's exactly what we would do, Mr. Chairman. We would strike the text in its entirety and replace the new section. We wouldn't have all the strike through and so forth.
It looked like a lot of them were remained, a lot of the additions were still there. Is that incorrect?
The supplements, yes. The ones that are not obsolete are there and with justifications, correct.
And there's some additional.
And there are a couple of additional ones, yeah, due to wind load code and some other things I believe he's got in there.
Yeah, and again, like Mr. Shaw said, these were suggestions by building official, basically, things that he felt would be beneficial. This is simply for discussion. You know, if the board doesn't want to see these, we start having a heartburn. There's additional things you want to see, we certainly go there also.
Bill, would you review these?
I have.
You got any questions? And I direct those to you because I know that
Yeah.
still on.
You know, if the board will feel more comfortable with a workshop inviting local builders, we could do so. I think Mr. Keith said he forwarded this to the Homeowners Association, Savannah Area Homeowners Association, which I guess we're sort of part of.
Yeah, I would assume it would be.
Well, I believe Skyler is the
Skyler's
actual
here.
president of the Effingham
Perfect, we have a president.
group, if you would like to say something.
Not particularly, yes, we are associated with the Savannah Home Builders Association. We've got an email concerning the changes, and we would all be glad to be here.
Come to the line.
I'm Skylar Long. I am the president of the Effingham Home Builders, though I'm not here officially in that capacity. We were notified of these proposed changes through the Savannah Home Builders, which we are associated with, and so our membership's aware of what's going on here. But to my knowledge, nobody's really had any comments strong one way or the other.
Do y'all have regular meetings? Is this something that could be discussed in one of those, or if the board so chooses?
Yes, we have, we're set up in a tiered system. We have an executive board, a board of directors, and a general membership. This will for sure be an item on our next executive board meeting, and then if we feel like there's any kind of action or comments we need, we'll address them.
Do you know when that meeting would be?
I'd have to check. We just had one last month, so it'll probably be next month.
Quarterly or something.
Yeah, the quarterly was just last month, which is our general membership meeting. Usually these issues are dealt with in our executive meeting, which is, the official board members. We should have one of those coming up in the next month.
Well, one of the questions that's been most often posed is, why does Effingham County have some stipulations above national code? Why we feel like we have to be higher than the national code? And I guess you're saying there's justification for each one of these in here?
In the opinion of the inspectors, yes.
Correct. Again, it's page 6 of 11. If you read there, starting there, there's the proposed code section, if you will, and it says logical request, and that's the explanation that Mr. Kessler, not the Chairman Kessler, but Mr. Kessler, our building official, expressed his justification.
I personally think it'd be a good idea to try to get input from that industry. I think our own board did not even have a chance to meet and discuss the board that advises us, is that correct?
Yeah, the construction board, we brought this to the construction board and we had no quorum, so the ones that were here had seen it, but there was no action on it by that board, and they have not met since.
Well, just such items as, having to have a minimum of 1 3-inch plumbing vent through the roof. I know that's what we have required in this county for some time, whereas in other places that I've built, they would like to see it, but the bottom line is you have to follow the code, which requires, you might have 1.5 inches and 2 tubes somewhere else. It's calculated by volume of air somehow. I think we have taken the standpoint that this is just simpler, and if we see this, then we know that
I think
we
that
have enough air.
As I understand it, that's part of the justification, is some of these make it very clear as opposed to doing some calculations, but
the question that I would have is this, when we say there shall be a minimum of 1 3-inch plumbing through the roof, it is quite possible that is not enough air, and that you have to have another 1.5 inches and another. So what I'm trying to say is to simply put this in an ordinance may put us in violation of the other one, and could open us up to a liability in my mind. And I get that from my plumber who sits on the construction board, but probably does it a 10.
I've had comments from Georgia Power representatives that the way we require some grounding could actually cause a bigger electrical problem than not. So there probably are some things that should be.
Now I am all for cleaning this up, because I don't want us to be enforcing things that has not been adopted by this board. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to be sure that we cover it all. I don't want to kick it on down the street. I want to be sure we've got it covered.
Well, I think for local governments, having the ability to make code amendments is specifically for geographic regions, such as if it's on the coast. They have to have more non-corrosive fastener. That's my view. I don't think it's the idea of trying to legislate quality, we couldn't write this long enough to do that. That's my opinion.
So in making that statement, do you feel like it would be justified for this board to require 16 inches on center rather than 24 inches on center? Which I think goes more to a quality issue than to And as I understand, that's part of the problem. We have builders that have come in here and started building that are used to being able to build to minimum standards.
Yes.
And was asking, why do we require?
Right, they're not aware of some of the supplemental.
Which is what has brought this to this point, correct?
Correct.
I can say for my part, it's just being in the industry, you know, I had my husband take a look at this and he's like, I do all that stuff anyway. But everyone doesn't.
Right.
And so, you know, I don't want to attempt to legislate the way that we do something necessarily. So is any of it something that shouldn't have to be required? Because there's so much that goes into it that you consider. The more quality that you require every single house to have, the more they will sell for, the more they will appraise for, and the more neighbors' tax assessments will be assessed accordingly. It all has an effect. Everything has an effect one on the other. So at what point are we going to legislate that?
Yeah, and I think this is really about the larger scale builders, the ones who build hundreds and hundreds of houses every year. And they're the ones who want to skirt and do the very minimum. And a few $100s in savings on 400 or 500 houses a year adds up to them. I think most builders are going to build a better house, and they don't care about these minimum standards. They build what they need to build or want to build and turn out quality, because that's, you know, that's how they get their reputation. I know that I had some of this brought to me a while back relative to plywood on the roof, and the question about if you have a structural engineer stamp it, you know, does that meet the minimum requirements? Well, probably, but that doesn't have anything to do, even though the structural load passes, the wind loads and such as that, that doesn't mean it's not going to sag and it's not going to be a problem for the homeowner in the future. But again, do we legislate, protect the home buyer by requiring an amount above minimum? And I think that people would rather us do that and keep a little higher standard than the very minimum that is allowed. Some of the things I think are pretty straightforward that are good changes. But I don't know that it's in the best interest of everybody in the county that and because let's face it, the whole reason we have building inspections was to protect the home buyer from unscrupulous builders, and that's how it all started. It's turned into much more than that, but I wouldn't want to see Effingham back up and lower the standard to the very minimum on everything.
And I think one of the points that I believe Chairman Kessler was getting to was that some of the things that are there now have never gone through the channels of approval that was necessary. So somehow we've got to get that cleaned up, that we can get them approved or
any changes would have to.
They were approved by the board, this board, but they weren't sent to DCA from what I understand, which, as I believe, is a step you're supposed to do.
Right.
So an out-of-town builder can go to the DCA website and find any supplement.
Right, and because DCA, I believe because I read it at one point in time when people were complaining to me about it, and I believe it said like they would give input as to, they'd give their own recommendation, we didn't have to follow it, but they would give one.
That's it, that's my
We're
understanding.
obligated to go.
So this board did not have the benefit of that recommendation when they voted.
That's my understanding as well.
And I believe some of them were recommended to not adopt.
Yeah.
Have you? The problem is, if we start down this road, we can make this list a whole lot longer if we're gonna start trying to, legislate more and what. Because this only scratches the surface.
This is.
Of what.
I mean, like requiring a smoke detector in the attics. I mean, every other jurisdiction around here requires the same thing. Whether they've adopted it or whatever, I can't speak to that. But if you put foam insulation in your attic, you have to have smoke detector. Well, I have one jurisdiction that's actually requiring me to put one now in the garage. And when they explain it, it makes sense. I mean, you have a fire barrier between your garage, you gotta have that 20-minute fire barrier from a garage to 1 hour. Well, or 30 minutes.
The door maybe.
It's 20 minutes, 30 minutes residential between your garage and your living space. So they said, well, we just used common sense and decided we were gonna put them in attics to let people know before it burned through their ceiling, we needed to start putting them up the garages. Fine. Didn't think about it, start putting them in there. But that's the kind of thing that can open us up to some liability if we start just requiring these things and we don't go through the proper channels to make it. And that's my concern. I also don't know the best way to clean it up. These big builders, what they want, and I have been contacted by 2 other builders that live in other counties who are now building here. I mean, what they're asking me for is minimum standards, 2-foot home centers, go right to the bare bones. And that's what they're used to building in Glenville and Chatham County and other places. And personally, I agree with Commissioner Mason. I'm personally not ready to do that, if that's the best thing for cleaned up. I would rather go to those standards and repeal everything that we're enforcing that's not approved and get back to that and then start building upon that rather than to continue to try to enforce something that's not approved. Make any sense?
Makes perfect sense.
I think we could certainly do that, Mr. Chairman. You just wanted to repeal 1437 and 1438, give it time to go through the Home Builders Association, our internal building grievance board, and so forth, and see if there's anything that needs to come back. I believe that would certainly be a.
This is for discussion, this is not for action.
Right, yes,
So I'm discussing.
Right. We would have to come back to you with an ordinance amendment to repeal those 2 sections, and then later on come back with another one to add things in should you choose to do so. I believe that's a way of doing this, but.
It's a way to do it, but I don't know if that's the proper way, because if 2 months from now we go and put these certain things back in force, then you have to go back and say, well, when was that house built, right, these 2 months? So I think what you're asking for is the board's input as to whether or not we want to go to 2-foot home centers and.
Which direction to go? Do we want to amend some of these, not all of them?
And then we're going to send the amendments through to the DCA like we were supposed to in the first place?
Correct.
And start that process.
And
So I would say, I would recommend that staff attempt to set up some type of meeting with, like a community meeting with builders and get input. You may be able to get a high percentage of them that agree to a good many of them, and then you can feel good about that.
mm-hmm.
We still have.
At least we have that input.
We still have a construction board, right?
We do.
Why don't we let
Have in
them
there.
get with construction board, let the construction board make a recommendation to us.
If they get one.
If we can get it for them, yeah. Okay. And we also have a new code. State's going to adopt a new code in January, evidently, so that may take care of some of these items as well.
But oftentimes in things like this, you want to get the stakeholders together. That's how you get, proper input.
Anything else?
You got it? Thank you, Joel. Let's take whatever it is, a 9-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Here the planning board presents. All right, we're going to have our planning board present. Item number 1, the planning board recommends approving an application by Darrell Morgan to rezone 10 acres located off Sand Hill Road from AR1 to I1, map number 301-4E being in the 1st district.
And yes, the staff and planning board recommend approval. This is a parcel owned by Mr. Herbert Neese, and Mr. Morgan plans to operate a surface mine there. And we have 7 stipulations that were added to the approval. Mr. Morgan is here to discuss it with you.
Yeah, I'm Darrell Morgan, asking for a rezoning.
another dirt pit.
All right. I presumed you wanted us to approve it.
Sorry?
I presumed you wanted us to approve it.
Yes.
This being a public hearing, anybody else here wish to speak for or against this? Any questions from the board?
Darryl, you're pumping on water, where's the discharge going to go?
Plans aren't finished yet. If you're asking me where the water's gonna wind up, it's gonna wind up in the Akeechee River. But it's got several hundred.
Discharging towards the rear.
But it's got several hundred acres to flow through before it gets there. But all that'll be on the final plan, as you know, when we get the permit back to the state.
Because we've got one right now that's discharging and it's running down the county right away and it's just killing the right.
Well, this is way back off the county right away. This is,
I would think.
if you look at that long land line there, the longest yellow line, this is halfway to the river.
Any other questions? I will entertain a motion in the first district.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Anybody opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item, the planning board recommends approving an application by Tim Wordike, Craig, and Lori J. Conaway to rezone 12.74 acres located off of Blue Jay Road from AR1 to I1, map 351-4 in the first district.
This is exactly the same as the last one. This is a parcel of land owned by the Conaways. Mr. Wordike will be doing the digging. He is an experienced surface mine operator. I don't know if he's here today, but this was approved by the planning board with the same set of stipulations.
In the public hearing, is there anybody here wish to speak for or against this? Any questions of the board or staff? Being in the first district, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval of staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, planning board recommends approving an application by Arvin Spell to rezone 3.723 acres located at 143 3rd Street, Pinora, from AR1 to AR2, map number 296A-129 in the first district.
Mr. Spell wishes to cut off a portion of this property to give to a family member, and he needs to rezone from AR1 to AR2 to do so. Both staff and planning board recommend approval with stipulations. Mr. Spell.
You're Mr. Spell,
Yes, sir.
and you would like for us to approve this?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak for or against this item? Any questions from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Steve had it the other night, in his first district tonight. Planning board recommends approving an application by John M. Jordan for a variance use to place a second dwelling on a parcel currently zoned AR2, located at 838 US Highway 80, map number 302-38A, in the first district.
This is a somewhat unique situation. The staff recommended denial due to the wording of the ordinance, but Mr. Jordan has a piece of property that at one point was large enough, or I guess it was zoned differently. He could have had could have split, excuse me, and put a second dwelling. It's now not large enough to split. The health department, it can't create two 1 acre tracts. He's just under 2 acres due to the widening of Highway 80. He had a second dwelling on this property in the past, I believe in 2005. He actually paid the general impact fees at that time. Because it went away, that's why he's having to ask for this variance to come back with it. And planning board recommends approval.
The planning board recommends approval?
Yeah, approval.
Planning board, but not staff.
Gotcha.
Is there help, there's no health department issue?
There's a health department issue with splitting the property in two. They have a 1 acre minimum for the properties as well, septic. It doesn't state.
But you have one there fully.
There was a second dwelling on this property.
In 2005, we met Mr. Jordan on Lucas Plaza. He'd already purchased in 2005 the permit, had a little home there, septic tank, everything, all the infrastructure was there. And the story was he lost his job, had to sell his home to live with his family. Since then, he's been reappointed and managed to put his mobile home back.
And also since then, the DOT widened the road since that time.
Yeah, evidently the parcel was over 2 acres at one point, or right at 2 acres. It's now just under, so splitting the property in two was not an option.
If he had never sold it, he'd still be living there.
If it never went away, it would still be fine to have it there.
You pull up there, whether or not his sheds are still there, power pole's still there, it's hooked up to there, it's just there's no home.
And we can approve this for variance to that.
That's the process we're going through.
And I know the soil over there is very sandy over there, so you can't,
The septic's there.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes, sir. I would appreciate it if y'all would approve it. Like I say, I was in construction, 2008 hit, I sold everything I had, and I moved in with family. I'm trying to get moved back. I got 2 kids and a wife with epilepsy, and I work swing shift at the paper mill. I'm just trying to get right back on the family land. Everything's already set up with the impact fee and the septic tank alone. We got over $5,000 tied up, and it's our best option to get settled down in a home again, and I'm just hoping we can do that.
Public hearing. Anyone else here wish to speak for or against this? Would you come forward and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Dwayne Burnson. I own the property. This is my stepson. And all I can say is where the land is at, his septic tank's there, everything's there. He's never had any problem with the septic tank. We've had 7 inches. I keep a rain gauge so I can keep checking my rain, And I've had 7 inches of rain in the last 4 days. And right where his place is going to be at, there's not a drop of water standing anywhere. There's no problem with anything there. And if push comes to shove, I can make it where it is a full acre for him if I have to leave myself with less than an acre. Oh, okay, well, whatever. But we put all this. He's put all this money into it, and we've helped him. And his wife has health problems, and this is my family. I like to have my family back with me.
Also, I don't know if it matters or not, but both the properties on each side of us are family. They have no problem with it. And on the back side is Solomon Smith. He has no problem with it. As far as neighboring properties and landowners having issues with it, no one does.
It's dry over there, I need to move my house over there.
Yes, sir, it's fairly, well, you got it. The biggest thing is the low spot out front takes all the water away, so we don't,
Anyone else here wish to speak for or against? Any other questions from the board? I'll entertain a motion in first instance.
I make a motion, we grant the variance.
I say.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much. We
Thank you so much.
Planning board recommends approving an application for conditional use to operate a surface mine for borrowed material for R.B. Baker Construction located at 1635 Old River Road, map number 331-2, 24 in the first district.
Both staff and planning board recommend approval. This is an older pit at one point years ago, and then Mr. English had the property. It rezoned it to industrial, but for warehousing, he thought he was going to get some warehousing there near the interstate.
That didn't happen, then he sold it to the IDA, oh, excuse me, he sold it to you.
To Robert Baker.
Victor Baker, excuse me, yeah. And then there's been some land swap with the IDA since that time. But the IDA and the current movie studio folks have worked with the RB Baker to deal with some easements to cross land. They're all in favor, and staff recommends approval. With the stipulations listed.
Good evening. I'm Michael Willoughby here representing RB Baker this evening. And again, we'd just like your consideration approval of this conditional use. Looking at the staff recommendations, I believe, and Mr. Shaw can correct me if I'm wrong, I think these are the stipulations that were put on it when we came back in 2010 before the commissioners and planning board.
The additional, the last four stipulations were added years ago. Or, they were added at a previous meeting, and it was withdrawn at that time, and they're coming back now.
And I believe that really all of those issues were talked about and discussed, like the use of electrical pumps. I believe last time we were before the commissioners, we discussed that with them, and they agreed to allow us to use our regular gas-powered pumps. We're over 2,000 feet from the nearest residence with plenty of wooded land between the pump outfall and the nearest residence, and didn't feel like that would cause any noise issue. I mean, it's probably 3 times farther away from any residence than the existing pump is now. On the, I guess this wasn't talked about, but there's an existing pit there now just to the north of this property. We're in the process of closing it out, actually, so we're in the reclamation process on that piece of property, so that'll actually be the discharge point of the storm or the groundwater from the new pit. We'll actually be discharging into that to get the water level up as quick as we can in that pond. But I believe the only issue that we had last time for discussion was the entry and exit of the property on Bay Road. What we had discussed was that being the stipulation until such a time that we came back with, I guess, a joint, at that time, joint plan with the IDA. Now it would be with Median as far as access and driveway to Old River Road. So we were asking that not be a permanent stipulation, but be a stipulation until we come back with a acceptable driveway access onto Old River Road.
Due to the curve there were serious concerns about a fully loaded dump truck pulling out onto that road with someone possibly doing 45, 55. Around there. That's why the access was required to go to Bay Road.
And you're asking that we approve but not based off the recommendations of using Bay Road?
Well, stipulating the use of Bay Road until such a time that we have an acceptable driveway and access at Old River Road that would meet everybody's approval, which we're currently, in discussions with Median and their engineer and working with them in their plans.
It's somewhat understood that if the movie studio goes forward as expected, there will be some changes to Old River Road out there, and maybe a safe exit for loaded dump trucks can also be worked into that situation. And he's saying that they'll use Bay Road until such a time as an acceptable alternative comes available.
Would they have to come before us again to change this?
It would
We
have
approve it as it is.
Sure, it would have to be acceptable to you, so it would have to, yeah. Now, the question is, perhaps for Elizabeth, is whether or not that would have to go through the planning board to change it as single stipulation, or if we put something in this.
I believe you could put something in the stipulations now, if it was to be temporary rather than having to come through again to the planning board and start the whole process.
I know they're working on the access to be a little more north of the curves in there. So
The only thing I think the issue might be is timing. If it's going to be a temporary thing, you want to make sure that the condition doesn't expire before the need for it
So
goes
I
away.
think we're looking for help for proper wording on the stipulation edition.
What exactly was the stipulation?
Current stipulation is
says the operator must use Bay Road to enter and exit the property. What they're asking for is that should a better access plan become available for Old River Road, that they can switch their entrance exit to Old River Road at that point.
And I would say an approved access.
An approved,
Right, yes, and deal with that with median.
yes.
So could we just change the recommendation and leave that until such time as an alternative entry was presented to the board for, until such time?
That seems fine to me.
That work?
And your other issue, that if I understood correctly, you don't want to use electric generators, electric pumps.
Yes, sir, that's just something that we don't have, we don't own any electric pumps, so all of our pits we use the gas powered pumps, and we just feel that the location of this pit and the pumping point will not be an issue with any. I mean, we're over, about 2,500 feet from the nearest residence through the B2 you see there is all heavily wooded area, and if it is developed, it's a commercial development that we just don't feel that the pumping would cause.
Anybody else to use electric pumps?
What was the reason for that?
There was a concerned citizen that lives right next to the other existing pit.
That heard that.
That's where a lot of these stipulations came from.
Yes.
So
But you could use, not this right here, you could actually use an electric pump that's driven by gas.
But I'm trying to understand what is the concern, like what?
Noise. Noise was the concern.
Traffic road.
Now, the other issue is, and I don't know, I know this is the property that Media's fixing to break ground on and all of this, and part of the reason, and I'm not seeing a plan that shows where studios, where the building.
That's gonna be way far away.
Okay, I just know that noise is an issue for them as well.
Right.
And we've sat down with Media and discussed our plans with them, and I was hoping someone could be here tonight from that group, but they were unable to.
Mr. Rand, their engineer for Media, sent me an email today saying that they had worked out a plan for the easement for their trucks and for their pipe, their runoff pipe across the Median property. They're fine with this plan. It won't affect their plans.
Do we have anything in our ordinances that allow for us to require sound suppression? I mean, you can have a typical pump back there, and if it becomes noise, you can build a sound suppression curtain around it, can you not?
Yes, sir.
We have a noise ordinance. Now, whether a gas pump would ever cross that threshold or just be some annoyance to a neighbor, that I can't tell you.
But could we allow a gasoline pump or diesel pump to be used as normal? And if we got complaints to sound, require them to put in a sound suppression curtain?
Yeah, whatever stipulations you wish.
Would that be acceptable?
Yes, sir.
I just see that as the easiest way not to have power back there to run electric. And if you don't have power, then you're going to have a diesel generator running to operate an electric pump.
Yes, sir.
Which would defeat the whole purpose, it sounds like. So, sounds to me like if this board wants to put that wording in there, would staff recommend something like that?
Well, I'd be
I'll
certainly
tell
fine
you,
for
I
staff.
think with what's about happening over in that area, or apparently about happening in that
There's
area,
gonna be so much
this
noise.
one pump running is not going to be an issue.
Well, I don't either.
I would agree.
But rather than give blanket consideration to something, that if it does become an issue, then we've got an out to deal with it, since
I think your noise ordinance would cover that. The only way that it would become an issue is if the pump was in disrepair, if the exhaust system was left open without any muffler or something on it.
Just trying to stay in line with what was approved by both the planning board and staff.
Just for reference, the RV Baker pit beside this one has a very good record of immediately responding when we have complaints. The dust, they have a water truck on site and that kind of thing. They're very responsible.
What are the typical hours that it runs? 24/7 or?
Most of the time, yes. If we're in the heavy haul load, yeah, most of the time we'll be running 24/7 to keep the water level down.
Over there in that area, that pump's going to run 24/7. That's my
And we do have people that check on the pumps every day, that live in the area. They go out and check on the pumps every day on their way home.
Being in the first district, if there's no other discussion, I will entertain the motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve conditional use, that change in number 4 of our road use Bay Road to enter an exit property until such time a better entrance is available on Old Road that's been agreed with.
Subject to board approval.
Board approved entrance. A board approved entrance. And you can use gas pumps as long as if there's a complaint, we install the same.
I would suggest engine-driven pumps, because they need the gas
Give me
engine.
diesel.
Okay,
Second.
I'll let Mr. Booker second.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
That turned out the way you wanted it?
I believe so. Yes, sir. Thank you.
You don't make any noise, we found it.
That'll work.
There you go. Satisfied customers. All right. The planning board recommends approving an application by James Overmeyer, and if I mispronounce that, I apologize, to rezone 4.34 acres located at 3185 Highway 21 South from B2 to R1, map 430-2 in the 5th District.
This property, the previous owner of this property, my understanding, they speculatively rezoned it to B2 because it is on Highway 21. Mr. Overmeyer does intend to use it as a residence and nothing else, and wants to rezone that back to R1. And staff and planning board recommend approval.
And how did I do on the name?
Overmoyer.
I apologize, I didn't think it's, thank
But I'm his brother-in-law. He's up in Michigan on vacation right now, so
Oh,
long overdue.
all right. Well, I presume you were here asking for this board's approval of the.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak for or against? Any questions of the board? 5th District, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve planning board recommendations.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that will end the planning board presentation. All right. That's the new business item number 8. Correct? Consideration to approve major medical and supplemental insurance renewal.
Hello.
Good evening.
I have new things for you.
Christmas and all.
It's Christmas and August fun. I'm going to small version, sugar, and big version, so you
Yeah.
the candy on the sheet. Small version over.
He didn't get the bid.
Get it, big one?
He needs a big one.
Everybody have 2 copies? All right, they are the same thing, they're just different fonts. Okay, we are seeking approval tonight from the board to approve the renewal for the major medical, prescription, and supplemental insurance for Effingham County employees. Please be reminded, this includes the full county insurance plan, both parts that we pay for as the employer and elected supplementals for the employees. This includes your major medical, your pharmacy, your dental, your vision, your accidental death and dismemberment, short-term, long-term disability, life, and supplemental insurances. We are going to go over what we've received in the negotiations. I will say that, unfortunately, what I gave to you in a staff report last week, we received the last update at 3:35 today. So you'll see several changes that happened. Just to give you some background on the elected pieces, the dental has shown a slight increase, but the vision, accidental death and dismemberment, short-term, long-term disability, life, and supplemental insurances have remained unchanged, and that's where you're seeing your Guardian and your AFLAC. So, and the EAP program is still included through Guardian. Any questions on the supplementals or anything before I jump into healthcare with major medical and pharmacy? Keep going, okay? To give you an idea, as we begin, we reviewed several plans. The final review came down to 23. Your carriers that reported back were Cigna, United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, and Aetna. Cigna, as we discussed in the workshop on 8/6, did refuse the quote, and they are not going to quote at all. United Healthcare submitted quotes 2 through 16. Blue Cross Blue Shield did 4 and then did revisions as well. Humana gave us 2 and Aetna gave us 1. Just to give you an idea, you're not seeing anything from Humana or Aetna in front of you. They are outside the budget. Humana came in at the 90-10 plan at plus 12%. Their 80-60 plan was 11.5% increase. That does not meet your budgeted numbers. Aetna came in at a 5.5, also over your budgeted numbers. So they weren't something that we looked at closely. So today in front of you, you have United Healthcare, the plans that actually meet the budgeted dollars, and then also Blue Cross Blue Shield. Everything that is in front of you does meet your budget. And as a reminder, from 8/6, you have $3,434,000 approximately in the budget at this point. So that's the number that we needed to stay underneath. All possibilities, as I said, are based that you've been given do meet the budget. We based on the original option 9 that you saw that was closest plan. That was the 4.2% increase, if you remember, on 8/6, and that plan has changed, and I will go over that in just a moment. As far as the option on a 19-month renewal, the answer is no. As far as a shortened plan year, your renewals are higher. They're in the teens. Again, they don't meet budget. It's not a good risk on the insurance carrier's part. We have asked counsel about being advised what we should do, and this is through Hunter McLean, and they have advised that we do not make changes to our plan year until the Patient Protection Act has gone through in 2014, and we see what revisions they're going to make, because we could end up paying a lot more than what we bargained for at this point. So with that, we have remained in the plan year of 10/1 to 9/30 of 2014, and hopefully by then we'll be able to make a decision as we budget next year to either do a short plan year or to go into something that the Patient Protection Act actually recommends. So we wait. questions on that? All right. Then moving on through, this is all color coded out for you. The white column represents what your plan currently holds. The yellow column represents the renegotiated increase for the current plan, and that is what United Healthcare proposed. This particular plan does fall within the budgeted amount. It's a savings to the budgeted amount of about $46,000, and it's identical to what we have right now.
Which one is that?
The yellow column. Just so you have an idea, we're talking about fees for the Patient Protection Act. They are included in these quotes. We're looking at, as we got closer and closer, the more we're able to be reported, we're looking right now at approximately $127,000 in fees. So as we've negotiated through, we've been able to keep you within budget, even with the additional fees for the Patient Protection Act. The pink column, also through United Healthcare, this is their option 5. You did not see this option last time as it was outside our budgeted dollars. This particular option came back in at a plus 4.8. This is about $290,000 savings to budget. The biggest difference you're going to see in this particular plan where the co-pays move from $25.35 to $35.50. But the out-of-network still remains at 70% after deductible. Pharmacy remains the same at $1035.70 and $2.5 if you're doing as a cost for mail-in for 3 months. So in other words, you pay 2.5 months and you get 3 months supply of drugs. In the green column, that is the option 8. Again, this was out of realm, and this has now come back in. This has a change in our deductible, and you can see that the change goes from $1,000 to $2,000 here. Your co-pays move from $25.35 to $30.40. This is a 60% after deductible for out-of-network. Want you to pay attention to the line that says out-of-pocket maximum. That as we go through, that's one of the areas that you're allowed to, that we have negotiated and changed and made significant differences to your original increase. The more we play with that, the more decrease we seem to get. Pharmacy again remains the same, $1035.70, and then 2.5 times for a mail order. The blue column is your option 9. If you originally remember, it was 4.2% increase. Now it's 1.5. I believe Chairman Kessler asked us to get that under 2.0. The biggest difference you're seeing here again is copay. That's $35.50, and then the deductible at $2,000. Then we move into Blue Cross Blue Shield, 2 plans that we would be eligible for that are comparable. The first is what they call in the tan column. You'll see that, but I want to bring special attention to you. The copay goes back to 25, but then the other section goes to 50. The out-of-pocket maximums for family increase substantially in this particular version. Right now, we are paying out-of-pocket maximum of 6. We were able to get options from United Healthcare of 4 and 8. The lowest we are going in this plan is, and we're available, is 12. I also want you to look at out-of-network. It's the highest across the board, $24,000. Just to give you an idea, we have about 622 claims that have gone through. 50% of these are above that 12,000 mark. With 50% of the employees affected, basically, this is going to look to out-of-pocket maximum. And although the COLA and everything was very much appreciated, it is not going to cover this in any way, shape, or form for out-of-pocket. I also want to bring your attention down the bottom to your RX. Although out of the gate, you're looking at moving up in generic from $10 to $15. They keep your tier 2 at $35. They have a tier 3 at $60, which looks great, but now you have a tier 4. Tier 4 is where a lot of our tier 3 drugs are right now. And the requirement on all the Blue Cross Blue Shield plans minimum is that the patient is required to pay 20% of those drugs. and then $200 maximum per prescription. So if they have 3 drugs, that could easily be $600, and you do have, based on your drug use, that's $600 out of pocket per month, until they hit the $3,000 cap. One of the major differences between this plan and the plan next to it in the salmon color is that not only is there the 20%, the $200 max per prescription, and a $3,000 cap per year, you also are required $200 out of pocket before you get any pharmacy coverage whatsoever. So Blue Cross Blue Shield has offered you a plan, but they're playing, instead of with the rest of the plan, they're playing in the drug plan. So you can see what they feel is going to make their most money. I also want to call your attention to the mail order RX. If you get a generic, you pay exactly. You don't get a zero. You don't have to worry about paying that 3-month fee. However, if you go to the mid-tier, you pay 2 times the amount, so it'd be 70. If you go to the 3rd tier, it's 3 times the amount instead of 2.5, where we are across the board. And then if you're in the 4th tier, of course, the 20%, the $200 max, $300 cap, and the $200 deductible apply. There's no savings in mail order for this. So with that being said, again, our baseline, based on August 6th, before all the other quotes had come in, was option 9 at a 1.5. Again, every single one of these do meet the budget. I'm not sure what's going to speak to most of you. I'm here for discussion as well before we make. On August 6th, I would have said option 9 because I did not have any other options in front of me for you to look at. We did, just to give you an idea, the 80 for 20 plans coming from Aetna and Humana, and those were in the double-digit increases. So these are lower. Again, I know that does not make sense to you in certain aspects, but it's not a driver for your plan. It's not, it's based on your usage.
Remind me, please,
Mm-hmm.
when it talks about out-of-pocket maximums,
Mm-hmm.
when it says $8,000, does that apply to whether or not those out-of-pocket is in-network or out-of-network?
It depends. The 8,000, if you were to look in the green line, the 8,000 is in network only, and if they were to go out of network at all, it goes to 16,000.
Okay. And we said that 90% of our claims are in-network?
We use in network. We're in the 90s, about 99% in network right now with United Healthcare. Your networks do change a little bit, of course, if you change carriers. That's one of the reasons why we were looking at lowering the deductible at 60% after deductible from 70% where we stand right now to save a reduction, because we do not use that section of the plan.
And if we were to change carriers, then would it be a true statement that we may also be changing providers? That we, I mean,
Each carrier.
If someone is used to using a certain healthcare provider under the United plans, and we were to, as this board, adopt the Blue Cross Blue Shield plan, would it be fair to say that they may not only be changing benefits, but they may have to be changing providers as well?
Yes, every time you risk that, every time you change a provider. Doctors can come in and out of networks at any time. The plans that we've showed you do cover our major hospitals, which is good. United Healthcare also has a national network, and Blue Cross Blue Shield does national partnerships, so it goes there. But each use their own set of doctors. We're going to see, because of the drugs, the 4-tier, that's going to be very much an effect to our employees, because they're going to start moving things into that 20%, $200 max, $200 deductible piece. It's just a way to separate out.
And I'm glad you pointed that out, because I found that out the hard way through.
Did you?
That particular healthcare provider or insurance. They nickel and dime you to death under that.
They do.
Right there.
They do. We have several drugs that will fall into tier 4. And we've already asked a lot of our employees based on the United Healthcare plan to pull back and use tier 1, 2, and 3 very succinctly, so they're not outside, and there's a very good chance that it's just going to be a less of a choice.
And the other question that I heard presented in the workshop that we talked about this was still the 80, going to an 80-20 rather than 90-10. Was anything done or numbers run?
I have numbers for 80-20 plans across the board. They were more in most cases. Blue Cross Blue Shield and United Healthcare both have them. They're close within the green column over. You're playing with the same pieces. We overlap back and forth. Humana and Aetna were in the double digits for their 80-20s. So they were way out of our budget.
I was just trying to be sure that we addressed all the questions that came up during the workshop. Any questions by the board? I expressed my opinion back when we had the workshop as to what was presented then. The option 9 seemed to be the best thing for us to adopt, and I appreciate the rate coming down. I wonder what would have happened if I'd have said get it under 1.
It was a fight, I will tell you.
Under 2 and it got to 1.5, so
this rate,
get it under 1.
This rate came in this afternoon, I'll be very honest with you. We did push to see if we could get one more bid on it, correct, Larry? We did ask, and they did come through.
What was the annual premium at the workshop for Plan 9?
Let me look back.
What difference is it today than it was then?
Yeah, it's different. Hang on, I have it. Was 3,124,000, and now it's
about 50.
Yeah, there's a difference, about $100,000 difference now. 3,124, and then well, not quite 100,000, about 70. 3,043,788 is now. So it came down about 70,000. It does save about 390,000 to the current budget, or yeah, 390,000. Yeah, to the current budget.
Yeah, it's about a $44,000 increase of what we paid last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 300,000 less than what we budgeted.
Right. We didn't really extend the budget. Our rate alignments actually helped as we took things out, actually put money there, so it helped us get our feet. And as I said, this doesn't encompass the federal fees, so we were very happy with that part at this point.
And it looks like staff is recommending number 9 as well.
I can strongly support number 9, absolutely. The transition will be much easier if you don't leave your current carrier. Additionally, if you jump carriers, it's never in your best interest because they start to watch that. I don't know how or if that's going to affect us again in the Patient Protection Act. We've been with United Healthcare now for 2 years, which sometimes that makes a difference in renewal.
Any possibility of this coming down anymore?
I think we've got blood from a turnip, but Larry?
I would say no. We've argued and begged and cussed and prayed. I'm sorry, Austin.
Larry,
It's okay.
No, I don't. Rush has done an incredible job. We actually were negotiating with them up until about 2:30 today or 3 o'clock with Blue Cross and United Healthcare, and trying to get rates down. Every percent, and a half percent, Mr. Kessler's reported to me, because that's a lot of money to y'all. And so I think we're at the bottom. I don't think we're going to get any further.
So you actually represent both of these companies?
Yes, sir. We're brokers.
So regardless if we went through Blue Cross or United Healthcare, you're still going to be represented?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So you representing both companies, do you have an opinion? These are both companies you represent. Do you have an opinion?
Both companies are very good companies. I think that they're going to be the only 2 carriers in a matter of 2 or 3 years, depending on what health care reform does bring down the pipe. A year from now, we'll be able to answer this question a lot better. I think those are going to probably be the only 2 carriers going to be left, is United Health and Blue Cross. And I think they definitely control the lion's share of the market now. You mentioned about networks a while ago. The United Healthcare is a very, very large network, and the Blue Cross is the second largest network. So, I don't have a preference as far as which carrier, no. I don't think either one of these carriers are any better than the other. I don't think Blue Cross is any better than United. I don't think United's any better than Blue Cross.
But is there an argument that you can make for us to go to one of the Blue Cross plans that would be an additional savings?
Well, whatever color that is, pink, is what color that is?
The 10.
Yeah, tan, okay. Tan, okay, I said it now. That plan looks more attractive when you first look at it from the deductibles. But then, as Rush pointed out, when you look at the out-of-pocket and the number of employees and dependents that y'all have that reach that out-of-pocket, you're not saving a whole lot. You're not really saving any. The employee's not, because he's not paying it in deductibles, but he's paying it in co-insurance. And about, what was the number? It says like how much? 50% of y'all's claims go over that out-of-pocket.
So there would be a bigger disruption to our employees if we change to Blue Cross.
It could be, that's right.
Based upon our current trend.
Yeah.
How we trended last year and the claims that we made.
But do not misunderstand me, I have no problem with Blue Cross at all. But definitely it makes sense from the standpoint of, Mr. Kessler, as you said, we stay with United Health because your people are already in that network. I always worry about somebody being in, especially somebody with a serious issue going on, a serious claim going on, and they with Dr. Joe, and then Dr. Joe's not in the other network, and you don't catch that until you change plans. I always worry about that, and that's to be reckoned with. But you can't lose any sleep over it. I guess you're trying to make a dollar and cents decision.
I can support option 9 for what it's worth.
Yeah, thank you. Both of these plans are right together. Like I say, that don't let that 2,000 blow you out of the water, because the out of pocket is lower, and that kind of stuff.
If the Blue Cross Blue Shield was a bigger monetary, you might have to think about it harder. But the option 9 is a good enough reduction in savings to us that there's not a reason to make a disruption in that.
That's a good point. And Blue Cross, they sent us back a bunch of options, and when you compared the savings that Blue Cross was showing with what you were going to, which was an 18% to begin with, there was an incredible savings with it there too, because we got that 18% chiseled and chiseled and chiseled, down to 3 or 4, whatever it was at the end. Mr. Kessler, that was pretty good negotiations. I'll have to take a little bit of credit on my part. That 1.5, and I didn't remember you told me to get under 2, quite honestly, but I do recall you told me that. But Ms. Vera, I agree with you. Either company, we represent a bunch of companies, and I have for going on 7 years, something like that. So we represent you. So it doesn't. I'm not going to bring you a carrier that I won't be embarrassed with. I'm not going to bring you a carrier that's not going to pay the claim.
Any other board member have any other questions? If not, I think we're ready to take action.
I'll make a motion that we approve staff recommendation and go with Major Medical RX with United Healthcare option 9, supplemental insurances.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I know this is a lot of work. I know it's a lot of facts to put together. I know it's a lot of argument. Now that we made this decision, pay my claim.
Okay.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your hard work.
Next item, consideration to approve personnel realignment, job descriptions and pay grades for Department 22.
I'm back again. Okay, as approved in the 2013-2014 budget, and it's indicated in your animal control standards of practice, that was for Department 22 that you approved on August 6th. The following personnel realignment and job descriptions and pay grades have been updated. You will see the new job descriptions for and pay grades listed below for animal shelter manager, adoption coordinator, kennel supervisor, and kennel assistant. Just to give you an overview, the animal shelter manager position has been reclassified with a new pay grade level. Kennel assistant job description has been updated as included. Kennel supervisor, the position has also been reclassified with a new pay grade level. An adoption coordinator position has been added to the department, and that job description is also included. Today we are seeking approval for Department 22, the personnel realignment, the new job descriptions, and the pay grades as listed. If I can answer any questions on your job descriptions, please let me know, and they're all included. They should all be included with it. They do meet your ADA standards as well as everything under the FLSA.
Any questions from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Thank you.
All right, next item, consideration to approve an amendment to the food service contract with Aramark Correctional Services LLC.
Last year, the board bid out food service for senior citizens to the jail and prison. That contract was awarded to Aramark. There have been several issues with the food and quantities, especially surrounding the breakfast meal. And part of our savings, we sacrificed a third sandwich in one of the departments, and breakfast became a lighter fare than what we were serving. This has caused some disgruntled inmates and has led to some security concerns. Obviously, when you get 300 upset people about food quality, that can become an issue. We've worked through several issues with Aramark, and they have come back with an enhanced menu. This would add 5 cents per meal to the jail and prison meals. That would be up from 85 cents per meal to 90 cents per meal. It would add fresh milk in place of a powdered calcium drink. That would also be rotated with coffee and fruit juice. The additional would also add eggs and protein by way of meat to the breakfast meals. Both the sheriff and the warden are requesting approval. We ran some counts based on the 5 cent increase per meal, and we believe we can cover that increase within our current budget without having to make any changes. Staff recommends approval.
Have y'all got the test run of what they're proposing to provide?
Yes, actually, there needs to be a disclosure. The prison and the sheriff's office purchased some supplemental items using their grocery line item for approximately 3 to 4 months. Is that correct? 2 months? To the tune of about $4,000 after the early problems with inmates and their behavior began to escalate. Those funds were not budgeted nor designated for those purposes. However, inmate recreation funds can cover those expenditures, and we're exploring that avenue to make sure that that's completely legal to use the inmate recreation funds to cover those expenses. So, to answer your question, there has been a quasi-trial run. When staff found out about it, we stopped that process immediately, and Aramark has been continuing the supplements at their cost since we were notified of the continued enhancements.
And when those additional food products were being supplied, did
the problem did seem to abate.
vegetation get less?
Yes, and both the warden and chief deputy are here, and they can speak to any of your concerns about their comments and complaints. We were actually meeting weekly, and from the sheriff's office, they were receiving several grievances weekly about the amount and quality of the food that was being provided. Through the continuation of that, once the supplements were added, those grievances and complaints came back.
Warden, you agree with all of that said?
Yes, sir, I agree totally.
Hate to put you to the trouble, but I mean, basically, it sounds like you either got to feed them more, or you got to hire more staff to control them.
That's true. But feed them from 85 cents to 90 cents. The 5 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you're dealing with a lot of food, it is a lot. We went from, when you were feeding them that 85 cents of giving them a protein shake, not giving them any meat byproduct, it was, the breakfast really wasn't up to where it should have been at, actually. And we expect these guys to get up at 5 o'clock and going to work and coming back in at 5 in the evening. So, you know, you got to give them a good breakfast, give them a good lunch, and a good dinner, and you have less problems you will have at the prison. Yeah, we got one officer to 64 inmates. You know, if you can feed them and give them medical, and give them a good place to sleep where they're feeling safe, you have less problems out of the inmates. They'll do whatever you want them to do.
But we know that this increase is going to provide enough food that we're not going to be faced with too much from now saying they're still not giving us enough food.
No, I think that with the 90 cents is a good price. We have,
Again, in the interest of disclosure, with those supplements, the supplements were replacing the calcium drink, providing the sausage or and the tea on those menus is all turkey, so they're really not getting sausage, everything's turkey. But those changes were actually what is being proposed here.
And so once those are done, and if they then misbehave and when we have to buy new clothes, can we put them in pink like they do in Texas? How would that?
can't do that.
Well, I think it's kind of awesome.
But you know, it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but the 5 cents, but it makes a big difference. You'd be surprised at the difference that it does make. But the final work that we really get out of the inmates when we send them out, the quality, of it, it helps out a lot.
All right. Do we have any other statements from the sheriff's department that would like to be made? I mean, my concern is you know, we have an agreement, we agreed to spend a certain amount of money, we were told then that was going to be adequate, now we're spending more money, and I want to be sure if this is the fix of this board, that it's adequate.
Right, I'm Richard Bush, I'm Chief Deputy with Sheriff's Office. You know, I found out a long time ago, if you feed an inmate and get them full, then the less problems you have with them. You know, we didn't realize in the very beginning, and of course this is our first go around with having somebody come in, you know, a vendor come in and feed our inmates. And, you know, it was a lot of adjustments. We had a lot of issues that we was able to, you know, get squared away, but, you know, we didn't have meat for the breakfast, and that's the main issue, the breakfast. It just wasn't feeding the inmates enough. And now we've been doing a trial. We've been doing it for a couple of months now, and it's been working. So we wouldn't be here before you now if we didn't feel like it wasn't something that was going to work. We feel like this is going to work, and we shouldn't be coming back up here again asking for an additional amount.
Okay. Anybody have a question?
I do think it's worth mentioning that we had a significant savings. We are still significantly below where we were in food service. So
I know, but I think it's worth mentioning too. I think we've spent that savings once or twice already.
The other thing I'd like to say about the supplemental purchases that have been made is that while we investigate the use of inmate recreation funds from both the prison and the jail, if something happens, we will obviously notify you. But we do believe that within our current budget, we can cover those expenditures, so that if there's a problem, we will have that to cover it, and we will bring that back and forth.
But to reimburse them.
That's correct.
To make the expenditure appropriate. So at one time we had saved 600,000 roughly. So how much are we using of that out of this? In other words, we'll still be saving how much probably?
I don't want to guess. The number is very difficult to come because we had a grocery line item, then we had a personnel line item, then we had those various different aspects that were never all lumped together. On the groceries alone, I believe that number is still close to 5.
Okay.
No. Sounds good.
I just wanted a general.
Between this and that.
Our original savings was 500 and something thousand, if I remember
wouldn't want to hazard a guess because it's all, we had this discussion on how to best show that, but.
It's still close.
It's still a lot. I mean, the difference here is $15,000, so whatever the difference was, it was 500.
So it's the
I
other way.
didn't miss that point, that's what I was getting to, the difference is 15.
It'd be an increase of 15,000, yeah, so.
All right, any other questions?
Thank
Do I have a
you.
Motion?
Make a motion to approve. Alderman number 1. Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Vote. Next item, discussion of the short-term work plan update. Got your name on it, Mr. Trebek.
Yes, sir. We're probably going to have a big group discussion about this. I'd like to draw your attention to the information in your package. There should be a little 3 pages there. As promised, we're providing that new updated overview. The short-term package that you're talking about. Supplemental stuff.
Extra sheets in your additional,
It'll be a folded thing with 2 pages in the middle. In 2012, the board passed a short-term work program. It was designed to be a 5-year funding plan.
Wendell, it's in your additional documents folder, the orange folder.
You didn't have one.
It's folded.
It's folded.
I got it.
Okay. In 2012, we approved the short-term work program, which was intended to be a 5-year plan of our capital projects. We wanted to include both impact fee, SPLOST, GDOT, LARP, all the different funding sources that we could in that 5-year plan. It was intended that we would review that every November, and we would approve it every January in advance of the budget so that we could use 5-year project funds budgeting from year to year. There were some inherent questions that have been raised since then that I think need to be vetted out. One is project approval. Just because it's approved doesn't mean we have cash flow to expend it, and the start and duration of each project needs to come out before you, which means we really got nothing approved other than what's in the budget in 5-year terms. The second is actual cash flow and the timing of each project to make sure that we have adequate timing. And then thirdly, we need to annually review this for priority, cost estimates as they change, and the board's desire to continue to do projects as boards change. So there's the 3 pages that you have. The first is this one that has just a plain sheriff. This is a draft copy of the short-term work program that we currently have in existence. We would like to update that. It would look more something like this form. This one is the one that has a picture of the sheriff's office, orange and green at the top. And the major difference that I'd like to highlight is the funding structure, where it breaks it out per year so that you'd be able to see how much is going to be expended in each year in these bands of funding. There's also an idea to expand that even in more detail in places like transportation, or even in where we can break it down for planning. One of the suggestions is in road projects where you have local funding, which you have to have a match, then you have a mark or a big money that would come in from GDOT and project money that would come in, and you'd be able to break it down by planning and engineering, right-of-way acquisition, construction, and slate all those in for cash flow purposes. But the main point of our discussion is our actual projects today. We'd like to review these as quickly as possible and find out if there's any questions that you have with A, our new project estimates, B, our priorities, and C, are there any projects that we just don't feel like we need to do. So if we want to start with number 1, Goshen Station, that building is completed. You can see there that we came in, that should be changed. We came in below budget there, but we'll make that correction on our next draft. The sanitation office, that project is also complete. The sanitation site improvements, this was designed originally, the $300,000. Is everybody on the sheet, the big sheet? Okay. Any questions about the columns and layout and form? You can see there that we've revised that project estimate from
$300,000 to $50,000. The idea was to build an 8-container ramp so that you would have to, you'd be able to drive up the ramp and drop off your various trash in the appropriate container. Right now, you drive over the scales, you drop it on a metal pad, like in a concrete pad, people have to sort it and go through it to put it in the appropriate cart. We've essentially determined that we probably don't need 8 containers. We probably don't need that large of a ramp structure. We could probably get by with 2 or 3 in a dirt ramp. So we revised that estimate, but we have it in year 2, which will be 2013, 2014. Any questions? Do we need to do that project? Do we need to sift it out? Do we need to move it to another year? Hearing none, we'll move on. The sheriff's office and jail, that price estimate is stayed the same at $16,425, $16 million refinance, $425 comes from inmate, jail construction staffing. You can see that we broke it out by our debt service payments. I don't think there's much we can change there. Ledesky Ziegler Road Fire Station, you'll see that we revised this estimate from $215 to $150. The idea with this project was to create a 2-bay fire apparatus holding garage, for the lack of a better term, that metal fire station, and then redo the inside of the actual Ledesky Ziegler station to be used as a voting precinct and living quarters if that ever became a 24-hour station.
Where's Ledesky Ziegler?
Off Highway 3. We have that currently banded in the current fiscal year. Any problems?
Can you tell us?
It'll be completed.
Pardon?
It'll be completed.
It could be.
Well, let me ask maybe a dumb question. Are you going down this list right now, and this is the first time I've really looked at this list, and asking us to
Yes.
decide right now whether this is good, bad, or indifferent?
No, sir. We're running over this for informational purposes.
Yeah, right, it's just discussion on it.
All right.
It's just if there's one that jumps out at you that you know you do not want to see, we'll go ahead and move it out now before we bring the final version back. And as Adam stated, it things like that, ultimately we'll redo all these sheets too, which is part of the reason is for discussion.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I would rather have this and have some time to go down and look at it, so, are you just going to go down each of these items and tell me what this is?
Essentially, yes. Just a brief highlight, and if there's anything that stands out at you, and now, unless the board does not so desire to do that, it would be our intention to get as much information as you can, so that we can be working on creating a short-term work program that you can actually approve.
And ultimately, that information will be in the sheets. It's just, again, if you knew you didn't want one, we could skip that sheet, but.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, I would rather sit down around the table with a workshop and go over this rather than sitting here and going, oh, this is item number 11 of a 20.
Most of this stuff is stuff that most of us have been through already. Obviously, you guys have
That's correct.
into some of this, so.
Well, in all honesty, the other reason, at least I wanted to get this on here for discussion tonight, is it seems like the last 6 meetings we've said we need to revise the short-term work program, we need to revise it to show you that the numbers have been thought of, we just haven't revised the actual document itself. And I guess the bottom line is skip ahead on getting the middle item stuff. If you look at the far right-hand column, or the second to the right, funding for project appropriation, those are the monies that were saved from the original budgets. The bottom line, that $1.7 million, is dollars that we've identified that can go back into the program. So those are monies that we can look at in a different, either an additional project or change the scope to one currently.
How much?
1738849.
So are you telling this board that we've got $1,700,000 that's already approved by board and appropriated and budgeted and sitting there that we can move to something else?
It's estimated lost receipts.
It's estimated lost receipts, correct. And again, what we would suggest to you is that's the tower money. That's our payments for the tower through that funding.
Certainly, if y'all feel like it's best to just sit here and go through all of these, I'll sit here and listen.
I mean, in the interest of time, I have no issues with your plan, if you want to. let us present you more information. Again, we just wanted the board to be aware that we were looking at these numbers, and also to show you that like 1.7 is what we would identify for tower funding. It's just been said so many times, we need to redo this.
Totally agree.
So we
All
want
right, so why don't you just say, if there's anything on here that you don't either know or understand or jumps out, ask which ones they are. Make
And then we
most
can
of
still
them.
follow up with emails if we take home and study and see.
And largely, these are all projects that were in the last study, the things that the board's talked about. I don't think there's any new things jumping out at us here.
I guess if you want to go that route, that's fine. The only thing I'd like to put into is the fire station. That's Hodgeville, Tusculum, Pinora. Pinora and Tusculum and Hodgeville and Goshen were all included in service delivery strategy. They were determined that we would build those within a certain time frame, which we are now outside the bounds of.
Name those again?
Tusculum, Pinora, Hodgeville, and Goshen.
And you say $50,000 on what it costs.
The idea here was, again, when we created this thing in 2012, we took a big, it was a swag. And what we decided was, knowing that these stations are, for the near future, meaning 5 to 10 years, going to be unmanned stations, they need to be a metal box with a heater in it and a concrete floor so that they give us the ISO impact that we need, but that's all it needs to be. So when we went back and took what we spent in Egypt, we revised that price as an unmanned station. It has a bathroom, it has the bare essentials. In our current plan, there is an idea to move some of those stations. So the question needs to be asked, do we intend to build all those in the current or next fiscal year? And if so, do we need to notify the cities of our intention not to do that one way or the other? So that would be one thing that I would clue you into. That's why they're all shown in the current fiscal year.
Something we need to be thinking about.
And obviously, time is of somewhat of the essence because while we have budgeted the money, we don't have approval to do any of the projects. So the more we go back, either Tulsa and I talk about ash roads and paved road maintenance. We essentially did none last year, and we're just now getting the bids tonight for some of that work. So the longer that we prolong the actual approval of the work, the less we're spending on actually getting things done. We need to get to it.
Yeah, you'll notice on Ash Road, since you brought up, there's 1.4 million in the current year, which covers the highest of the bids on the building tonight. So either way the board votes, that money's reflected in the current funding year. And obviously, if you chose the lesser expensive, that would just build a roll somewhere else.
And the reason it's 1.4 is because we had budgeted 700,000 in each year. We didn't do that last year.
Can we agree to do this? Can we agree that the board takes this, looks at it, if we have any questions, what is contact you, get clarification on that? And let's put this as a 4 o'clock item for a workshop next meeting, and then we can go down these things and make those determinations. Would that be acceptable to this board? That work? Done.
We got some in our hands.
I mean, I like the fact we're moving forward. I just don't know that we can give it proper credence in a short period of time. So,
And again, the short-term work program looks like that doesn't mean we're absolutely going to do everything on there. It's just a guide.
right, but we need, if anybody sees anything, we can discuss that in the workshop and decide whether or not to.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that when we approve the short-term work program, that all these things will happen.
I know, but like you said, those that we are committed to in some fashion under the service delivery, we need to take action. We'll start that process.
I would also assume, and maybe this is for another day, but I would also assume that once we set this year's, staff would have the authority to move forward with those projects. Whether it be the day that you approve it, we go to start all 7.
I would think so.
But that would be the money that's actually encumbered. Obviously, bids and things like that will still have to come out for you.
So we may need to workshop, you may need to go ahead and put that on there as an agenda item to approve in that meeting.
It'd probably be more productive as a workshop, then come back as an approval, so the board has some ability to change or move probably.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the existing short-term work program is on the front page of the website. If you so desire, take a look at those projects.
Next item, consideration to fund the startup of retirement direct deposit bank account to a specific fund level in order to facilitate the retirement direct deposit transfers for Effingham County retirement participants. Ms. Joanne?
Yes, sir. If you recall, at several meetings ago, we received approval to go ahead and begin the process of creating a bank account under which we would be able to ACH our retirement deposit transfers. This is the second piece of that. The paperwork that is required from the bank and so forth has been done. Those account numbers assigned, and Ms. Stephanie has that for your signature this evening. However, to also start up this account, we are requesting at this time that we pre-fund that account with $5,000 out of the retirement funds. Right now you have a cash account in which we do different disbursements from, but this would actually move $5,000 from that cash account into this direct deposit account, simply to pre-fund that account to ensure there's no mishaps with funds coming in and funds going out. Presently, it's my understanding that we have somewhere between 15 and 20 of our retirees set up. We were trying to schedule this to take place as of September the 1st, and we have that process in place. So at this point, we simply, now that we have the account set up and ready for your signatures, ask for the pre-funding of that account.
Questions? You move the money from one place, putting it in here.
That's
so
correct.
It creates a cushion
That's correct.
for what's going into it as retirement and going out.
That's correct, sir.
And it has been verified that it complies with the law as far as performance and retirement.
Correct.
Question? Motion?
Make a motion that we approve staff recommendation, alternate number 1.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to authorize payment of funds to the city of Guyton from the general fund using fund balance and approve a budget amendment for the transaction.
Yes, sir. Each year, the cities have the opportunity to request the funds that were agreed to under the service delivery agreement. This is Guyton's request for the current year. It is one of those 3-year payments of the $138,301.74. It is already designated within our fund balance as having been reserved for this purpose. And so we simply ask for your consideration to go ahead and extend and disperse these funds to them. They have already been agreed to and already slotted within our financial statements.
These funds exist, they've already agreed upon with the city.
Yes, sir.
It's just approval to release the funds.
That's correct.
Any questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve alternative number 1 and approve the payment.
Second. A motion and a second. You have a question?
Second.
Reggie? Motion and a second, all approve, in favor? Any opposed? So carried.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on to the next agenda, we have some very patient folks that have waited to talk about the short-term work programs. And I believe, of course, their support for the revitalization of the high school. Could they be granted a brief opportunity to speak now so they don't have to come back and sit through another workshop?
Without opposition of any board member, I'm in favor of that. conjunction with the discussion of the short-term work program. Dr. Goldwire, I apologize if I oversighted in some way.
Adam, is it listed on our sheet?
Apology accepted and no offense taken.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Franklin Goldwire, and thank you for this opportunity. And we, again, as we said the last time we were here, we appreciate your service to the citizens of Effingham County and appreciate the job that you're doing. As a matter of wanting to at least have an opportunity to speak with you very briefly, we're here with an interest in your list of short-term work project update. While we are interested in all the projects that you have planned, there's one we hope is on your list that we have particular interest in, and that is the renovation of the Central High School. As we stated previously, we believe that that facility provides enormous opportunity to promote the education and well-being of the youngsters in this county. We talked about the historical significance, but that's not the essence of why we're here. We feel we can use this facility to promote the educational aspects of this county. And as I listened through your proceeding today, and as we wrote down the agenda items, I thought it was kind of ironic that this list followed the discussion with Mr. Spears at the jail and the dollars that we're spending at the jail and taking very good care of the inmates and providing them upgraded meals and so forth. And I know this is a quality of life thing and it's a humane thing to do. But I do want to call your attention to the fact that to educate a child in this county, we spend $2,500 of local tax dollars. The state, we receive $5,000 per child, making a total of $7,500 per child per year. And according to the latest Georgia Trend magazine, we're spending $90,000 a year to house a juvenile or an inmate. You do the math. We estimate that our program that we want to operate out of the Central High School would cost approximately $20,000 to $25,000 to do the Parent University program, in which we hope to educate, empower, and motivate parents to become involved in their children's education. It's proven that it makes a difference. And to substantiate what I'm saying, I had a brief conversation with the police chief of the city of Guyton in particular, and he said that when he answers a call involving a juvenile, more than likely there's a disconnect between child and parent from an educational perspective. So we feel that this is a vital service that we can provide to this county and save a lot of tax dollars, not just locally, but throughout the state. So we want to urge you to consider the renovation of the Central project and allow us to move our program forward so that we might create more productive citizens in this county so that they will become taxpayers rather than a burden on our local tax-paying citizens as well as the state revenue. So again, we urge your positive consideration to that project, and we'd like to see it move forward. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask me at this time?
What is the name of the project?
Well, let me say that Parent University is the signature program that we are operating presently. We operated 2 sessions last year here in the county, and we're proposing 3 sessions this year due to the popular demand that we received last year. So we are putting more emphasis on that program, and we have an array of programs that we feel that we can offer that will benefit the citizens of this county. And we feel that that facility also would be a good place to house a Heritage Center in combination of media and Afro-American heritage accent. We feel that there's space that we would like to do a computer laboratory, We'd like to do language arts and math tutoring. We'd like to establish a youth development program where we can teach our young people about responsibility and helping them to grow into more socially acceptable and economic developed young people. And we also like to have some space to operate and some space for storage over there. So again, we feel like we have a solid program. We are registered with the state. We have applied for our 501c3 project. We have received notice that we are approved to receive a grant to help us get started. We're in touch with Senator Barrow's office in assisting us in moving our 501c3 forward. So we urge you again that you consider moving forward with that project. If no further questions, thank you very much for your time.
So noted. Thank you all for your patience.
Adam, is that social service still?
That's right.
Right.
So we'll have to get some information from you guys as far as the money that's slotted for that, how it relates to the services they're talking about trying to provide.
I have met with Dr. Goldwire previously and familiar with their program and the space that they need, so I think I can help you with it.
Is the whole, is the 90,000 all for those services?
And was looking at certain parts of the building are really the historical housing. Right? Only a certain part of the building was really original historic, right? Yeah, that's correct. There was some additional ones added.
Can I address that?
You may, sir.
And I'm glad you brought that up. I wasn't not going to mention it, but that facility has very significant historical notation as being an equalization school. It was opened in 1956 through a special funding program and offering equal opportunities for education for Afro-American students in particular. And now that the building is in excess of 50 years old, it does qualify as a historical site, both for state notation and federal notation. And as I mentioned earlier, that the record shows and demonstrates that some of the most prominent and productive citizens of this county attended that school. And the other thing that I would say is that as we look at the historical archives and as we look at the historical artifacts that are housed here in the county, there's very little notation about Afro-Americans. And we feel that this will be an opportunity for us to capitalize on that in creating the historical heritage of Afro-Americans. We have been looking at what they're doing in other cities, and our model program that we've looked at is the Willow Hill School in Portal, Georgia. They have an excellent heritage center that they've developed over there, and it's noted throughout the country as being one of the leading facilities donating the historical significance of Afro-American contributions in this area. So thank you again.
And had a wonderful basketball team from there.
I'm glad you brought that up. The record will show that the only state championship team in the state of, in Effingham County that is, was played over at the Central High School. The only championship team in the county. So that's just another tidbit of why that school has such historical significance.
But you weren't on that team, were you?
No, but I had friends who were on that. Thank you.
So noted. Thank you very much. Was there any other statement from anyone else? I hate that y'all have sat here so long.
Mr. Wright is our chairman, and he may have some remarks he'd like to make.
I'd like to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to come before you all this afternoon. And I'm just going to ask a short favor from you all. Let us not look back, let's look forward. And saying looking forward, Effingham County has come from a long way. And we are a part of Effingham County. And we want to be recognized and represented here in this county. The Effingham County Board of Tourism has already recognized Central High School over there as being part of their tourism program. And so it's up to us now to make it fit into that program. And so it can be recognized here in the county. We want to tell you thank you once more. And thank you, and you all have a blessed afternoon.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright, please state your name for the record, please. State your full name for the record, please.
Oh, my name is Willie Wright.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And all we've got to do is find a lot of money and he can fix everything. Did somebody ask me a question? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kodak, for bringing that to my attention. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you. All right, next item, consideration to approve commissioner travel for the State of the Port address in the 2013 Legislative Leadership Conference. Don't start that. Or you start that, y'all, and I'm done. What you got, Miss Stephanie?
I've got, the Port Authority is going to hold their state report address every year. We have a commissioner who is planning to attend that on September 12th. We also have the ACCG 2013 Legislative Leadership Conference, and we have 3 commissioners who will be attending that as well on September 29th through October 1st. So we need to have travel approved for those requests.
All right, have y'all looked at this? I know what we're talking about. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
You're on travel.
Second. Well, I need to be trained.
Amen. Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So approved.
Steph, you're signing us up for the class, right?
Yes. Taken care of.
I am not. But you are. Consideration to change the September 3rd, 2013 meeting date to September 10th, 2013. And change the September 17th, 2013 meeting date to September 24th. The October 1st meeting date to October 8th, and the October 17th meeting date to October 22nd. And I have,
Maybe 2 Novembers.
did I say November?
No.
Okay.
But that October 17th date is actually the 15th, that's the typo. So it's going to be the October 15th date to October 22nd.
All right. Now, I'm trying to look at this calendar because, just to make y'all aware, this keeps 2 weeks still between everything. If you look at it and we go in then into November and December, it works out good with Thanksgiving, it works good with Christmas, it works good. The September 3rd meeting date to September 10th. I know I can't be here on September 3rd for my wife's having surgery that day, so that's important. The October 1st, Reggie, you gonna be in Athens?
Yes.
Yep. Forrest will be gone and I will be gone to move it then to October 8th. I will tell you that I cannot be here on October 8th. But we could move it, with whatever the board, we're moving it anyhow. October 1st is Tuesday. We would be coming back from Athens on Wednesday. If y'all wanted to have the meeting on Thursday, I will be here Thursday, Friday. I could do it on Monday. I have to be at Mayo Clinic 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning, where I will be for 3 days. So I can tell you my schedule. I can only tell you that so that
So you say instead of October 8th, you do it October 10th?
I could, but then that would put it too close then to the 17th. I would recommend us moving it to October 3rd or 4th.
We're not worried about it.
Or put it on October 8th and y'all be.
I mean, if we're gonna shift September, you'd hate to not shift October, if we, it would space out right if we said.
Well, we've got to move it because 3 of us won't be here on October 1st. The question is, does this board want to move it to the Thursday of that week? Or do you want to move it to the next Tuesday?
Thursday would be all right with me.
I can tell you on Thursday I will be here. On the next, that Tuesday I will not.
You're talking about
So-
October because you're saying September's fine.
September's fine.
So if we shift to the 24th of September, did we say that?
Yeah.
Then the following Thursday we'll have another meeting.
No, we're changing it.
Yeah.
It'd actually be 2 extra days.
If you move it to the 3rd, yes, sir.
Yeah. If we shift September from 17th to 24th, then it'd be the following Thursday from 24th
So
to
you're
the
changing
3rd.
from the 1st to the 8th. So you can't change it from the 1st to the 3rd. You have to change it. That doesn't work.
Yeah, that'd be that second week of the 7th.
I mean, y'all can have a meeting without me. I'm not invincible.
Right?
Yeah, but October will be first, this will be closer anyway, the 24th through 1st.
But we're moving
No,
it to
you're
the
moving,
8th.
you're moving everything forward. So
Yeah, I know it.
right now it's to the 8th.
Then if we shift a week ahead, then we'd be in October 22nd. And then,
Or if you move it to Monday, if you want to move it to the 7th, I can be here. I have to be in Jacksonville at 6 a.m. the next morning.
Another possible solution will be to cancel the meeting and leave the 17th the same.
You got
A regular meeting on the 17th.
And I'm only telling y'all that I can't be here, not that you can't move it to the 8th, just so that y'all look at your calendar to be sure that if you move it, you're still going to have a quorum and you can still do it.
Still spaces of basically 2 weeks because of,
I'm available, so whatever, I'll make it.
Just stick with the 8th. And just make it a short one.
There you go.
Say that you move this
Silly.
back, all the good stuff.
I promise.
All right. So knowing that, if the wishes of the board to change it to these days, I'll entertain a motion.
so we're not talking about shift to November?
November will still work out 2 weeks apart if you move it this year.
We're just talking about September, October.
September and October. Because then you look at the next month, November falls, it's good with Thanksgiving.
We're sticking with Tuesdays and just switching Tuesdays.
Right.
So basically, we're going to just shift September and October 1 week later than scheduled for all 4 weeks. Right? Unless someone wants to do something with the 8th week. I mean, you don't want to do it on Monday night.
I don't see them coming to Monday and staying as late as we stay.
Don't bother me, I'm gonna be in the hospital, it's not bothering me, I'm gonna be sleeping. A lot of that.
Here, you gotta get there.
Get there.
You have to drive it this morning.
I'll drive down that night anyhow, so it doesn't matter to me.
I'll say let's shift it a week, and then you make the call on what you want to do on that 8th meeting.
Well, y'all want to put it on Monday night? I'll be here. If you want to do it on Tuesday night, y'all just be sure that you got a quorum from the children.
You're the one that sets the agenda now, boss. You can make it harder lay on yourself on that meeting. Of course, we have to approve it at the meeting.
We would start a little bit early. I mean, instead of having a workshop that day, start meeting at 4 and make it an agenda so you can get out of here at this time instead of this.
It's fine with me. I'm just telling the board that I have this annual evaluation to go back down and be sure I still have a brain. And we know that's not true because I ran for office.
Can I give you a list of people to take with you? Give me one.
Which one? I'm telling you, if y'all want to do it on Monday, we can change the time of the meeting because it's the board taking the action to change the time.
All right, I'll make it.
Wait, let him finish that sentence, because is it, finish that sentence.
So, because the board is taking action, we can change the time as well as the day of the meeting. So if this board says you want to have it on Monday, and y'all want to start it at 3:30 in the afternoon, it would tickle me to death.
Well, let's make it 4.
So, 4 o'clock.
I'm gonna show up whenever it is.
All right, I'll make a motion then that we'll move the September and October meetings 1 week past except for the 8th. So we'll have a meeting on the 7th at 4. So that means our dates will be, the 3rd will be the 10th, 17th will be the 24th of September. The 1st will be the 7th at 4. The 15th normal meeting will be the 22nd.
I mean, you can do that, but if you're moving 3, you might as well just move 4. Right?
It is.
They are moving.
We moved
on.
They're
all
changing the date.
Okay.
They're going with the 7th.
We moved them all. Where were you? Yes, probably. It's getting late.
Should I slow down?
Make sure we're right.
It's getting late.
Okay, that's the motion.
Second. Motion and a second, all in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? You got it, Ms. Stephanie? All right, next item, consideration to approve change order number 1 with Division 2 Contracting LLC for drainage improvements in Westwood Heights.
Oh, we did that before.
Can I,
3 or 4 times.
has anybody had any complaints with drainage since we started it?
I have not.
I have been out there twice with storms and
It's a miracle.
I'm telling you, it seems to be working, and we were concerned with that water's moving.
And in all fairness, Jerry and I had the same conversation recently. He went out there after one of these deluges and looked at where the water were on the pipes. This particular change order was to improve the drainage across Fort Effingham. It can be done at any time in the future, should the board choose to do so. You know, it's it is still my opinion that, as we discussed earlier, these particular improvements aren't going to mitigate every storm. This is going to help. I'm still concerned about the gentleman on the corner. I would prefer to do this, but you know, the board can certainly choose to delay this until future if you so chose. That being said, you see the change order is 12/7/29, and I do apologize. The change order in your book is obviously incorrect. The question marks aren't supposed to be there. That was a draft of this that inadvertently got put into the book. The change order, the staff report is correct at 12/7/29. The original contract would not install the 18-inch pipe for a savings of $2688 for a net of $10,041, which is approximately $10,000. I told y'all that previously would come. So we are approving a $12,000 change order. We would just not bill $2688 out of the original contract.
We would have a net additional cost of $10,041.20.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
If we choose not to do that, and he just finishes the contract as it has been awarded, it's finished, and we have to come back and do this later.
It would certainly be higher to have a contractor come back because he'd have mobilization charges.
And then it would be costing us at least the 12 because we wouldn't be getting the credit for the.
No, we should get the credit.
We get the credit.
We can get the credit.
We will still not do that particular improvement. The only real difference should be mobilization. He has to bring machinery back into the site. Other than that, the cost should be the same.
What was the other numbers that, because I'm looking at $4,200 and $250. That compiles the 10,000.
On the, yes, sir, on the incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I apologize. This is the one that I put together and sent to him early on. I think what happened, I was working on this at home one night, the VPN connection died on me, so I saved it to my desktop. And when I started up again, I had sent it along the server from my computer. Stephanie should have the correct one. If y'all like to see that, put it on the overhead or pass it out there.
So basically,
The original was not 180.
No, sir. That's the correct cost.
deleting 18-inch and installing a 30, is that what?
No, so what we had tried to do, the intersection of Lord Effingham and Green, I had placed an 18-inch pipe across that intersection. What I was trying to do is, it's probably all right picture, to pull some of that water, it now comes down in circles and goes back around. I was trying to make that a more direct route. However, if we're going to install these additional outfall pipes, I think I can live with that additional water coming through, just to save that cost.
Somebody gotta clear that up. There you go.
As you can see, the original was 118, not 181. Again, that was, I apologize, that was a draft I worked on, somehow got submitted to the agenda.
So from an engineering standpoint, do you think we need to expend these funds?
I would feel much more comfortable, yes.
Head wall
Again, yeah, and the reason for that head wall, and again, I wish probably it'd be easier with some pictures or going out there. The way that this gentleman's yard is in the corner is significantly lower. The top of the pipe crossing Lower Effingham is about the same elevation as his finished floor of his house. The yard slopes off a good bit. What I was trying to do was build a head wall to keep the water from ever hitting his yard. And then this one is a little, in all fairness, it's 2,500. It's higher than the big cost. The reason being is a different design. And we've asked to go ahead and put some V-notches in it so that if it up begins to overtop, it can come around this particular wall. And I don't know if that makes any sense when me saying it, but it was in an effort to completely separate the water from this gentleman's yard.
Is it how big a head wall is it?
It's for dual 30-inch RCP, so it's whatever that is, 2.5, 5 foot. We try to make it as small as possible. It was 5 foot in the middle, 6, about 7 foot. With one wing wall.
I'll say it's really finished.
The price is a little bit technical.
Everything's per bid except that head wall. The difference is it's a different design.
Y'all hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve the change order as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So carried. Number 17, consideration to approve an amendment to the hotel motel excise tax ordinance.
From the adoption of the Hotel Motel Act ordinance, it is my belief, all still knows exactly that I believe that there were discussions that happened prior to this ordinance being passed, and there was probably a desire to exempt nonprofits from the collection of this tax, and the change in staffing that occurred, that also did not happen. So what we have done is proposed an amendment to the board which exempts nonprofits. You'll see in the ordinance the red mark. All it does is go in the definition, add a definition of a charitable organization, and under the exemption says that any room, lodging, or accommodation provided with or without charge by a charitable organization, when such accommodations are provided in furtherance of the charitable organization purpose or mission, would be exempt from collection of that tax. And again, the sole purpose is to exempt nonprofits from collection of this tax.
And we're legally able to do this.
Yes.
Okay.
And would it be fair to say specifically at this time, the county only has maybe one that would fall under this?
That would be fair. Yes, sir.
Ebenezer?
Yes, sir. Currently, that would be accurate.
And really, in the discussions that I had with the chamber and everybody involved in this in the beginning, it was their understanding that nonprofits, specifically Ebenezer, was not, because they host Rotary and all kinds of meetings and stuff out there, county functions, which they would become subject to the tax, which was never intended.
Again, all the documentation that I saw seemed to indicate that was the intent, just that, again, it didn't happen.
I know from the discussions and the meetings, that was the intent. Any questions or discussion? Motion?
Make a motion to approve alternate number 1. Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Any opposed? So carried. Next item, consideration to award a contract and issue a notice to proceed for 2013 Ash Road repairs and resurface.
This is the second time this has been before the board. The first time we did this, we had one bid. We have now increased that 100% to 2 bidders. And the same contractor is still the low bid on this Littlefield construction. If the board recalls, the reason that we rebid this last time mainly was that there was a second alternative added to the pre-bid meeting. And since it was a mandatory pre-bid, anybody that did not attend that would not have been eligible to bid on the second alternative, would have known that it existed. It was rebid this time with 2 alternatives. The only difference between alternative 1 and alternative 2 is alternative 2 does not include surface treatment. It's just a remixing and relaying of the ash. Alternative 1 includes a double surface treatment on all roads involved. And again, those are the only differences. You'll see alternative 1 is basically twice as much as alternative 2. Based on conversations with the board previously, it was my understanding that it may be something that we wanted to try to do. These are all lower volume roads. And even with that said, I would even offer an alternative 3 that I did not put in the staff report at this point, which is a hybrid, which would require the board to approve alternative 1 and allow staff to use some discretion to put surface treatment on certain roads and not others, if the board so chose to do that. Mainly Zitzryle Road and possibly Herbert Kessler, because those are 2 of the more heavily traveled roads of this list. The other thing that we could possibly do is the law allows us to do change orders up to 20%, whether it's not I'm wrong. But if the board so chooses to add additional roads into this up to that 20%, we could so do so. Basically, being as we look at the short-term work program earlier, we have $1.4 million slotted. The highest bid will be $1 million. Obviously, these are issues, these ash roads, the more we can get taken care of now, I think the better we are. The money was allocated to it. We certainly have plenty more roads to do this on. So there's definitely some choices to make.
But if we use alternative number 2, we wind up with something that we can grade.
We think we have had limited success on, be very careful saying limited success. Other Works has went out on some of the more troublesome spots. Patterson, Cherokee, and Geechee that are on this list being some of those. And they basically took the motivator to remove what surface treatment was on the road and were able to do some laying of those bad areas. I'm not going to say it's perfect. It's been done to some degree of success. And it's certainly not contemplated that we would put these on our known motivator rights. It would be, if there's an area that comes up that's a problem, we can come over and try to make that.
And did they scare fire to break it up, or did they
Just if it's a motor. I believe my opinion is on this, the areas that are failing are the areas that are softer, the areas that are not failing are the areas that you can't drain without spherifying. Which is another thing that we could do if we did not surface treat these. We could identify those areas that are failing and do more of a cut and patch on those, in the future without the surface treat. Now, going all the way back to the inception of this stuff, it was the original policy of the board to put the ash down, wait 1 year prior to surface treating it. I believe there were numerous complaints from citizens during those times because of the ash getting on their vehicles and so forth. So we run the risk of coming back to those.
What did we determine up there on our test road? We never did say what we came up with. We spent $50,000 up there doing different methods.
Different methods.
We've got the money, I think we need to go ahead and put the chip and seal on the road that we've
The
got.
problem is that we've done that. We've done that before,
But it's good for 5 years.
but it peels apart. It doesn't set, so it's patching a problem.
If you got water like some of it, shoot it.
Now, the problem with leaving it open is just like I said, I mean, we know that the stuff splatters in the cars and all that, just like it did in the original days, but, we were trying to figure a way to stabilize it somewhat. But again, the pH in the stuff is what's breaking the bond between the asphalt and the chip seal.
But how long, if you just do that, how long are they gonna stay like that?
But we don't have the money to completely redo them, and we've got to do something in the meantime for some of them.
I know it, we can do all these roads, and it's good for 5 years.
I'm in agreement.
We got the money, why not go ahead and do the roads? I mean, people complain about it.
It's like painting the house without cleaning it. I just don't see throwing good money out the past.
All right, if you don't do that, if you just put that and just grade that stuff up, you don't have all kind of complaints, those stuff washes out and everything else. And what you gonna do with it?
We don't have the money to redo every road.
We've talked about it for 2 years.
I know it, but it ain't bad.
So you're saying just don't do anything? If we don't, we can't redo it.
What is our solution? What is our next method that we're going to try? Obviously, we did the remove and replace. We know what that costs.
That costs too much money.
Costs power money.
That's what I was saying. That's
So,
not an option.
let me just ask you a question, because you're right. We can't do nothing, and y'all tried all this stuff. I mean, can you bust this stuff up and mix it up and put more crushing right over it?
That's what was that method tried up there on the test road?
Put enough crushing
Yes.
on it, and then you put the asphalt on top of that.
And that would be the next solution. The interim fix that we tried was mixing concrete with this and water to get the optimal moisture content up to around 30%. It does work. The laboratory is very specific, and we feel like it'd be very difficult in the field. That was one of the things tried in the test section. That particular method didn't work real well.
Did not.
Did not, and it's very expensive also. The issue that I have with mixing aggregate with it, which I personally believe will be the best fix, is it's going to vary the height that we have to mix this stuff, depending on the traffic road, 4 to 6 inches. Most of these roads now, and if you look through the contract, you'll actually see the widths of the road, 19 and a half, 17, 18, 18, 17. Most of these are, 17-foot wide roads, and they're ditches that will pull motor roads. They're straight down. It was just placed on top of our dirt roads. When you add that additional 4 to 6 inches on top of it, it just makes that drop off even worse. It sort of exasperates that situation. And then we still have the issue of what do we do with them? Do we surface treat them, or do we try to put hot mix asphalt? And if we do that, my concern is that we now end up with roads that are improved roads, which technically by law should be posted at 55 mile an hour, that are 17-foot wide with a straight drop off on the sides. So it almost gets into a situation where you can't really do that without widening the entire road out, which is not anywhere near these numbers. That's more like what Augusta to a lesser degree. I mean, it's not 1.3 million, but it's certainly not, $40,000 a mile.
I think we have to do temporary repairs that last for 5 years while we can figure out better solutions. We just can't do them like they are.
Like frankly, my opinion at this point is the only real solution is to fix these roads, to widen them out, gain proper right of way and actually fix them. And you also, well, you may or may not notice, if you look through this bid, there's no striping in here. I don't believe in the NDTCD supports it, that you should support, strike the road to 17-foot wide. You're just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
So we're not striking these back. These will just be surface treatment roads or just ash, whichever the board chooses to go with. And while I share Commissioner Mason's frustration in trying to find a cure, I fear that there's not one readily, very easily attainable.
Not an economic valid.
Now, we could go in and put the GAB on top of it, and there again, we've had conversations on that. There's two different ways to do it. We either mix them, just like we have here, so you've got the $1 million cost plus the cost of GAB, which I can come back and give you the cost of what that would be with these square yardages, or you use your GAB to build a profile, and then the problem you have is you can't bid it because you've got an uneven surface. You just have to bid a human price, and it turns out what it turns out.
I guess what bothers me the most is we inherited a problem, and this is something that has gone on a long time, and I would rather fix 1 mile of one road than do something wrong again on 3 miles. So the stone and the working it in the surface and all that, I think we just basically quit with what we was chasing. Baker came in and was interested in working with us on it, and it's just pretty much laid down. So,
What we did, and you're actually, I mean, we did quit on it, and again, the reason that we quit was that the ash additive, the cement additive that they proposed, I think we all agreed was a little difficult to achieve in the field. The stone additive, I personally shied away from because of the reason I just told you. I have concerns over adding that to an additional road that's already too narrow. And again, you can look on the page you got the list of the width of the roads are all very narrow, and exasperating those conditions and further opening the county up to potential liabilities by improving these roads and giving people and Courthouse Road is a good extension, or a good example. It's an ash road that people now believe they should be able to do 55 mile an hour on, and we get complaints constantly on a road there's a small section that really is bad, but the vast majority of it is truly not all that bad, any worse than, I mean, a lot of these roads are far worse, but we get complaints mainly because people believe they should be able to do 55 mile an hour. So as we begin to improve these, we have to look at the state law contemplates the speed limit, and the only way for us to lower it is with speed studies. But do we really want to, and it's just a decision of both, do we want to go down that route?
One of the things I think that we've discussed is when we originally did this on the ash roads that surface treatment still was working and providing a passable road, we've never done anything to those roads after we initially did it. I think that's part of our solution if we go with the surface treatment, is to make sure that somebody's checking these roads, and the minute there's a problem, something gets done about it. And then, according to what I've been told, every so many years, you should be adding a single layer of surface treatment to a surface treatment road anyways, to keep the seal closed.
We haven't maintained them.
Well, we haven't, and there isn't an easy problem, whether that's with the EH or whether it's just because that stuff's slick as this table, there's nothing for it. Now, the way around that will be to put a heavy prime on, it's like some W10s, fine dusting of rock that's embedded halfway, you don't roll them completely in, that gives it that adhesion. And we can certainly do that too. It's just the only difference in this will be the cost of those small aggregates to put on top of it. Because we did put a very heavy prime coat on this, trying to mitigate that.
And I guess that's my point. I would rather do something different rather than do what we did and have the same problem again. And if it is that, like, with the differences in W10, which is a fine crushed rock, is then you've got something to separate that, so you don't have that adhesion problem. That's the biggest problem.
If the board chooses to go with a surface treatment, I would certainly recommend that as a fix. And again, I'll let Elizabeth stop me if I'm wrong. I mean, these are roadway construction projects, but I believe that by law we're allowed 20% as a change order now. If the board wanted to add that in here, I could certainly get a price from the contractor what it would take to be on the difference. is to put a light dusting of the W-10s on there and roll them in sort of after. But I think that would help tremendously. I mean, if you look at the problem we have, that's what it appears to be. It's just not here. And once it begins to slip, it's gone. It sort of comes off.
Like, whatever we do is just be proactive and
We
respond
need
to
to get
problems
started on it.
immediately.
We've been talking about it for 2
I'm
years.
okay with the amount of money that we budgeted, set aside for that. But I would rather do one less road and do the other roads, with a different method or something to try to stop this, because I won't say you always do what you always did.
This is definitely something that I would anticipate or put on a maintenance schedule. I mean, I'll be very clear about that. If we do this, we're going to be back in this situation 3-5 years from now. This is not a permanent fix. I mean, it's a 3 to 5 year fix. In full exposure.
But if we take care of it, we can straighten it out 6 to 7, possibly.
Unless we can get better adhesion from this surface river, that does tend to be our biggest issue.
And it
So how
does,
do we make a motion so that we can get it started?
It may, and I do want to look at it road by road, because obviously there's a lot of roads in the county that have very little traffic on it, that you could do a minimal repair, but then some of the roads, Courthouse Road is one, that there's a lot of traffic on.
Correct. And also, we've talked about that. That is not even contemplated in this fix. That's a completely different plan we're trying to bring forward. But on the list that you have in front of you, Zitron Road is a much more heavily traveled road. Also, if the board wanted to do a more significant fix, I would recommend it be on Zitron Road. Would be a very good one for that. 1210-3 in the actual bid documents.
Okay. So how would we go about making a motion to get moving forward and incorporate Commissioner Mason's?
You'd have to approve alternative 1, I believe, and then with the understanding that I'll be coming back before this board with change order.
the contract change order, right? Or does the contract include it?
The contracts that I don't have a change order today, I have to make.
Yeah, you have to get it changed.
Not alternative number 2, but alternative number 1.
Correct, if you want to do surface river.
But now, the 20% is a 20% on any line item or 20% total price?
Total price, I believe.
I believe it's total price, but I'd have to double check.
So in that case, if we approve the dollar amount and we increase one item, which would be add W-10s, we could decrease length of road mile, and there wouldn't be a net change.
Correct.
And percent.
Or you could pick a road on surface road, if you wanted to pick a lesser travel road.
That's
These are
Delete one.
price of contracts, yes, sir, there's a lot of ways we
So
can
as
do
long as the contract doesn't change by more than 20%.
it. We believe so, and again, we'll
I've got to
clarify
check
that.
on that.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. But we'll certainly verify that before we bring it back.
I'll say we approve alternative number 1. Go down that road.
Approve one with what we're talking about in discussion, the, give staff the authority to do that.
Well, that'll come back as a change.
We will bring back a change order, and I'll give you a very clear picture of what staff intends to do, yes, sir.
We'll hear about that.
How we want to take in and out things, I'll try to board approve that.
I make a motion to approve alternate number 1, and staff will check into the, and let us know about the change order.
Second.
What's that?
There you go.
You got it.
I got a motion in a second, whether I wanted it or not.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We got that one done. There you go. All right. We had item number 19 added. Mason, can you elaborate on what that is?
Chairman, actually, I added for discussion this issue, that the letter that you received requesting an affidavit signed by you representing that, on the open records request from Savannah Morning News, that the package that was to be sent was in fact complete. I don't know if you have the letter. handy, but, I think we had some discussion today that opened up a little more.
Was that what it forwarded us? Do we have a copy?
I have not seen a letter. I saw a copy of an, I had an email.
Was it forwarded to you or something? Or how are you aware of that, Steve?
Well, we had a
I
meeting.
seen the email that, I got here.
I received an email, and I think this was last Friday, stating that the paper wanted an affidavit signed by me, that all the open records emails that had been requested from me to affirm that everything nothing had been tampered with, nothing, that they were complete. And I said, I got a big problem with signing. Because I don't know the process by which all of that has gone through, and we've gone through 2 temporary clerks. I apologize if that's not the right term, but we've had staff changes during this period of time. I knew that this had been asked for. I knew that it had been provided. I knew that it had gone through hands being redacted. And then I was told on Friday that there was some of these that may have been taken into a room, and I just did not know what all the process was that these things have gone through. So that's where we
So
left it.
the whole story is apparently Commissioner Jones came in and asked for the open records request that had been sent in by the county attorney, and she and an employee took those into a room, closed the door, and was in there for at least a couple hours.
And after we find out.
No, let me say exactly
Well,
what
and
happened.
that's why this is here for discussion.
First off,
How did this
first,
come about?
where
How
are you
did
getting
you
your
find out?
information? Where are you getting your information? Because it's not exactly accurate. So if anybody would have bothered to ask me, I would have had an opportunity to address this already.
Apparently there was discussion this morning with Ms. Floyd.
Okay, that we were in a room for 2 hours to go into revenue records. That's what she said.
No.
To do.
No, not exactly.
Okay. Let me just say
First,
what
is it
did
true?
happen. Let me just say what did happen, okay? In a conversation, first of all, I believe in executive session last week, it was mentioned that they'd be glad to let Deanne come and just look through the open records since she hasn't specified what is there. That comment was made. So when I was up here checking my box, I mentioned to Stephanie about the open records, and she said, yeah, the ones that were redacted, I've got right here ready to file back. And I said, does that mean, I said, did you do the redaction? And she said, no. The county attorney did the redaction. And I said, does that mean you already have all of them on the computer? And she said, yes, I do. I said, well, I'd love to just take a look through the ones that you have right here sitting in paper. And if it's a problem that I left the room and went to the next room, I was unaware of that. I'd be glad to sit in front of the clerk at any point in time in the future to be sure she can watch me. But I was aware of the fact that in the past, the clerk used to allow Mike Meister to go into a room with boxes of information and go through it. So I didn't think it would be a problem for a county commissioner to look at open records that I knew was already on a computer and that she was about to file back.
I think the concern was, is obviously.
What was the concern?
If you'll listen, you'll get the answer, Ms. Jones.
I'll listen.
The concern was is that these redactions were not complete because the attorneys, when they redacted, and the text was still visible through redaction. That's why the clerk was doing them digitally. And so the ones that were taken in the room were not completely redacted. So there was account numbers, there was HIPAA information, there was different things that was in that package that under the county's red flag ordinance policy, not ordinance but policy, that is in, I don't know if the word violation, but that is against that policy.
That's not what it said to me. What it said to me was they were redacted and ready to file back.
No, they were not ready because she was still working on it. The reason that
She
they
was working on the ones in the computer. Is that correct? Because it's my understanding they were marked out. Okay, and what they're saying was when they copied them into the computer, you could still see through in the computer. You can't see through these unless you go through some kind of. But
right,
again, I was told they were redacted and ready to file back.
The problem here is we have an open records request by a newspaper, and we have some of us inside a room going through the information that's to be sent out. Now, in this particular case, the clerk apparently had scanned everything and was in the process of redacting, but digitally redacting. No, I'm not twisting it.
Did Eric do the redactions? Who did the redactions?
Eric and I both did the redactions.
Okay.
If I can try to explain some of the process, Dwayne set up a secure web portal to access the emails that were asked for. And a lot of this occurred while I was on maternity leave, so I'm a little bit fuzzy about the details of exactly how the web portal was set up and who had access and who didn't. It's my understanding that Dwayne set up the secure portal, was password protected, and that Eric had access so he could get the emails, look through them, and then make a determination whether we need to go back and redact anything, or if any of those emails were exempt from disclosure under the Open Records Act. Once we pulled out the emails that needed further attention, we both went through, redacted them by hand, using black permanent marker, or sometimes we'd have to, white out big columns of information, copy that, send it back into, and at that point we send everything back into the county, to Stephanie in sealed envelopes. So Stephanie could input everything into the computer and then use the computer program to properly redact everything, so absolutely nothing could be seen that was not subject to disclosure under the Open Records Act. The records that are ready to be disclosed as of right now are the records that are coming from the PDF file that Stephanie created and that have gone through nobody except Eric, myself, and Stephanie.
That's on a disk, PDF.
It's on a disk, it's ready to be.
That we are sure that that's the culmination of what was created by IT, redacted by your office, and that list, whatever's on there is complete.
To the best of our knowledge, that is correct.
Okay.
Additionally, I asked for a couple of pieces of information from Joanna Wright that was on a separate issue that had nothing to do with that, and I didn't discuss those open records with her. We weren't going through those, and she wasn't in there for hours. She was in there for a few minutes.
And to set the record straight on what Joanna told me this morning, I met with Joanna.
Chairman Kessler, can we stop it right here? If we're going to discuss anything related to an employee that's personnel related, that might be better done in executive session rather than.
I figured this whole thing would intersect. I mean, this is just sounding.
However, my preference would be for Mr. Kessler to explain what I told him this morning, which was before all this, since my name has already been brought up in public, that I went into that room to look at open records. I did not. I went into that room, as I stated to Mr. Kessler this morning, because Mrs. Jones had asked me some questions about one of the items on the agenda today. It was as regard to Keep Effingham Beautiful. She asked me for several documents. I went upstairs and got those documents, brought them back downstairs. She looked at those documents, asked some additional questions. She then wanted some additional reports run that had to be run from the system, which was some GL reports. I went back upstairs, ran those reports, came back downstairs. The only questions that were asked in that room about any of those open records was she made a remark about the fact that I had sent several emails to myself several times regarding 1099s, and she was looking at that information. That's the only thing that was discussed about those open records.
And I would say that is exactly what I was told this morning, in an answer to my question as to whether or not the meeting was called by Joanna, because that's what it sounded like.
It wasn't a meeting.
And I'm just stating.
I think in the end, we had an open records request, we had documents that was on the table that were partially redacted, because if they weren't partially redacted, then we could have sent them out just like they were. So they had to be finished because they were still visible in text. We had a county employee and a county commissioner in a closed door room with these documents with an open records request.
I was not told they were partially redacted.
Well,
You understand what I'm saying?
I think
I would say they were, because she worked the whole weekend to finish them. So unless she gave you the ones that had been redacted, They weren't, you could not look at it, or Joanna could.
Guys, other than just fodder for the news press, what are we doing?
Public complaints.
This is
Okay, then here's what we will do. I'll ask that the folder that was in question, that had the partially redacted information, be sealed, and sometime in the future, we'll have a committee that will go through it and compare it to the original and see if there was anything that was changed. Further, it is an issue that we had an employee and a commissioner going through documentation that was still visible with account numbers and health information
Good luck.
in these. No, that is against county red flag policy.
Excuse me, I would like to have that amended. This employee did not go through those things.
It was obvious and admitted to that there was two people in the room with the information, partially, one was in, one was out, in and out, off and on for about 2 hours.
Who's providing this information?
Now, I'm going to agree with Elizabeth. If we're going to start making any statements that are derogatory towards an employee, I think we need to do that somewhere else. I think the only statement that can be made by me at this time is that I asked a question as to what was going on in that room. The answer was given to me, and in public, that is all I'm comfortable with making a statement. Now, if any commissioner wants to take issue with that, I think this is not the time nor the place.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
You would think this week, they don't know this.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, if I would have been the one that took the stuff in there, I would have thought about it myself.
Now, I come to
And I'm going to do something else that possibly is not kosher, but I'm going to do it anyhow since the paper is here. And this kind of started from your request for me to sign this affidavit. Do you, Dan, have a question? And I know that you left me a message and I have not gotten back with you, that you have talked to your editor and they were happy with another statement rather than the one that you first asked me for. Would you be willing to come stand up here? But you're not. Okay. All right.
Chairman Council, we have drafted up a letter to give to Dan and the newspaper explaining the process in lieu of an affidavit to just reassure them that nothing improper took place.
Because I was getting to that point that legal counsel had prepared a letter that we would like to present to you to tell that process.
We have, and if you have any further questions about, the mechanics of it, or especially the IT-related stuff, that would probably best be directed to Dwayne, as he has more knowledge there, but we can assist you any way we can.
Well, let me be clear for the record that I purposefully asked the clerk if that information was already redacted and on the CD, and she said yes.
What I said, Commissioner Jones, you asked about the emails, just like you said. You asked how they had been redacted, if Eric had redacted, and I said yes. You asked if that information had been scanned. I said yes, that information has been scanned, and I am going through on the computer using the program to redact.
So I just looked at the paper that was there. I had no idea this kind of claim, I'm not even sure what the claim is, would be made. But I certainly felt that if the newspaper had the right to see it, that I did.
Certainly. And I think the option was to ask for the information, not to ask for the information that the paper was asking for. You can have a copy of the PDF, certainly, but to have the redacted paper and go through that in a closed room, I think you put us in a awkward position.
It was
So
the understanding that it was redacted.
and obviously we got.
You can ignore that. You can ignore that.
Now,
Because that's your choice, because that's what you want to do.
I'll make one more statement, and then I think we've said enough, and I probably shouldn't even say this, but, you know, the problem that we have is sometimes we all can make mistakes and errors in judgment. I know that I am speaking for myself, that I have made those errors before and probably will make another one. It's not sometimes that we're doing something wrong, it's the appearance sometimes. And I know that I have been guilty before of doing something that, after better thought, I wish that I had not done it. And if nothing else, maybe we should use this as a learning experience.
Well, I did inform the newspaper the other day, whatever other records they request, I'm going to request a copy as well, because I don't want to read information, confidential information in the newspaper before I'm aware of it.
Well, there's a bunch, this whole thing is gonna, hasn't been right. Neither one of these audits has been really right. And I know that you went down there, and everybody, I think all the other commissioners went down there and met with the auditor. I didn't go with him. I'm the only commissioner, did not meet with him before you should have. All of it, every one of it.
It didn't change.
I know that.
It didn't change his information.
How do you know what it changed? He had information that he had to get from somebody else. He didn't get it from the paperwork.
I don't know what it changed, but he has that steps for everything he told me.
Anyway, the whole thing has been a farce as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Mason, you got any other statement to make about this item?
What's that?
You got any other statement?
The last thing I'm gonna say is, I agree with you that whether or not there was any intention, the impression that was given and the appearance of it was not proper. It could have been handled much differently.
Is it any more proper than you stating that we fire people for being married and because of the audit?
Why didn't you fire him? You tell me why you fired him.
Everybody's fired.
Huh? You
Everybody's
did?
been fired.
Crazy.
Number one, that's my ear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you fired him. You three fired him. Two of them.
Everybody got fired that I know of.
The improper part there was meeting between meetings and deciding to do that. That was the improper part.
You know, when we've got 5, 6 people on board, there's always going to be differences of opinion. And I'm going to stick by my first statement. There are times that I have done things and said things that I have regretted. Possibly others have done the same thing, but I'm not going to call for a vote. I'm not going to ask for admission. Like I said, sometimes we need to learn from our experiences. If that's all that be said on that item, that is the last item on our agenda. I'm going to ask for staff reports at this time. I'm going to start with you.
Y'all have a list in front of you, it's getting late. You have a list probably, don't you? I won't hit everything on it, but there's a couple things I do want to get in front of you. Eli Whitney watershed, something that's been discussed on and off for quite some time. Mr. Kilgore has asked several times recently for an answer. I believe he probably deserves one. It is my intention to have some information for the board to actually vote on at the next meeting, first meeting in September. So my main question is, there's been some information given out. I think you were given some additional stuff at your last meeting. Does everyone have what they feel like is adequate information to be able to vote on this issue in the next meeting? If you do not, can you please get with me so I can see that I can get it to you? And or does the board feel like you need, and I hate even that, because I know we already set up another workshop on the next one, to have this information represented, obviously, for the agenda. Do you feel like you need additional information? I guess what I'm getting at. Because there's a lot of it, and it's pretty difficult to follow.
And to go forward, may I say that our advice is to have Eric draft a letter to present to this board for approval of the action. We need to take a stand one way or another what this board is going to tell this individual.
Has Eric made a recommendation? I missed that.
It was given to you at your last meeting.
And that's what we're talking
I
about.
read it, but I wasn't clear he was really making a recommendation.
No, it's clear.
He has, and
It's clear,
That's
but
what I felt.
yeah, I really hate to say it here because there's no action from the board, but yes, ma'am, he does have an opinion. And that opinion will be what the letter is given to you at your next meeting to approve this.
and then this board will take action and see where that leads from there. Man, thanks, sorry.
Jail construction, you have 2 weekly updates now, just for y'all approval. Road acceptance, this is another thing that has been going on for quite some time. The debate of the acceptance of roads primarily in subdivisions. We recently received, August the 9th, we received on the 12th, I guess, a letter from Mr. Kicklighter representing Mike Jenkins in different capacities, to different developments. He actually has 5 roads here, one of which is in Guyton. I think it's probably just a mistake on his part, the Central Station subdivision, on 4 different subdivisions. I believe you all have copies of those, stating his opinion as to the status of ownership of those roads, and it is his opinion that the county owns those for the reasons stated. That being said, Eric and I have talked. He has asked for some information. I pulled some of it together. I'm still working on the rest of it. I will forward that to him. We will bring that back to y'all for some further action. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. We have received these letters. We're all working on gaming machines. There's a memo that you have in here dealing with this. Elizabeth may want to cover this in greater detail. I basically plagiarized her email with this memo. There was a House Bill 487 approved April 13 that has changed the rules on some of these. Currently, our alcohol ordinance prohibits gaming machines in establishments that serve alcohol. The new House Bill 487 does not allow for that. We have vendors wearing us out wanting to put these in establishments. I just got an email as I was sitting in here, George forwarded me from a vendor that I'd be glad to pull up if you want to know who it is, or I can forward it to the board. That basically says, until you adopt, do some change in your ordinance, we're going to put these in establishments. So what I'm saying is, does the board want to take action to prohibit these gaming machines, basically, slot machines and so forth? And if so, we will have to bring an ordinance revision back to you in some form that I'll defer to Elizabeth what that looks like.
I'll just go over it really quickly. House Bill 487 moved the control of all coin-operated amusement devices to the Lottery Commission. They used to be under the umbrella of the Department of Revenue. Now they've moved over to the Lottery Commission, and this bill changed a lot of provisions in the law. It doesn't specifically address establishments that serve alcohol and these machines, their presence in those establishments. The zoning board has gotten some communications from other attorneys who represent some of these vendors who sell these machines, saying that they think our ordinance is no longer valid in light of this new law that passed. I'm inclined to agree with them. I think that they are correct, and really just needs some direction from the board as to what you would like to do. The new law does allow counties to ban all what is called Class B devices upon 60 days notice to anybody who actually has these devices. The Class B devices are what you would commonly call the video poker machines. There's 2 classes of devices, Class A and Class B. Class A would be your typical arcade game, pinball machines, claw machines, that sort of thing, where Class B devices are more of the traditional quote-unquote problem gaming devices. So it's basically up to the board what you would like to do. If you'd like to allow this, ban them. The bill also allows the county to basically sort of allow these machines to operate in the county but audit them, just to keep track of them. You don't get anything from conducting an audit. It sounds to me like a lot of work for no reward. So it's just something to think over. You don't have to take action right now, but it's something that needs to be addressed.
And we're talking about just the unincorporated part.
Just the unincorporated area.
So we're not talking about a jukebox.
Actually, a jukebox is considered a point-operated amusement device, but it's a Class A device.
any direction on what other municipalities or counties have done?
To be honest, this is not an issue that comes up very often, so I'd have to do a little bit of research to find out what other places are doing. I know that some counties and some cities who have had a big problem in the past with video poker are banning them, so that is an option. But then again, now that the Lottery Commission has taken this over, I know the state sees this as a pretty good revenue stream. So but the county doesn't really actually get any money out of it. So it's totally up to you. If you want to ban them entirely, you can, or if you'd like to allow them, you can.
Jack Garvin, Clive, folks, don't ban these machines. This is a chance for an operator and also for a club or something to make some money. I mean, you know, most of y'all old enough to remember Belita. You know, this was the numbers racket. You took it and made it legal, cleaned it up, and now it's a lottery. The same thing you can do with the video poker machine. Each of these machines are going to have a computer on them. It's going to be centrally located. It's not going to be a dirty thing like the old poker machines. Please, you know, don't not ban them. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can certainly bring it forward in the future. Inmate medical, that was recently bid out. We received one bid. The issue with inmate medical is a very specialized insurance, I guess.
This is catastrophic.
Catastrophic insurance, yeah.
Not.
See, Mr. Haggard's still here, so he can correct me when I'm wrong, but I believe he was asked this too, and it's just something that's very specific that he was not able to provide also. Our current provider did not provide a bid. The one bid that we did receive is from someone else, and ACCG did respond declining to submit a bid because they didn't feel it could be competitive. Question, what do you want to do? You want us to bring this back to you? It was advertised on our website, the Georgia Local Government Access Marketplace, and the Department of Administrative Services website. It was definitely sent out to a large number of persons. We believe the reason we didn't get anything is just because it's a specialized thing. So do you want to move forward and bring the one bid we have? I see if y'all wants to speak on that.
Just, Fiona Charlton, purchasing agent. I just wanted to let you know that the company that have given us the bid is a different company, but the underwriter, is that right? The people that will give us the insurance is the same company that we have already. So it's just a different person that's going to be providing it, or we'll be going through. Does that make sense?
Don't want to bring those on to your next meeting?
She said it's the same company, it's just a different person, right?
Different property, yes, sir. What it appears to be.
Okay.
Same company, insurance company. Old Augusta, we just want to make the board aware that in the next week or so, we will be sending out letters to, not all the residences, but the ones that are being readdressed. I believe there's around 70, that's that right? Somewhere around 70. So if you receive calls from irate individuals, we did that. And this is in regards to renaming Old Augusta all the way down. Now we have had more calls of people requesting that we do it because out of fear that emergency services will not be able to find it. So again, just want to make the board aware if you do receive phone calls that there are some 70 odd people that we're going to be readdressing.
Do we notify, like the sheriff's office and the police departments when we do that?
We will, we have not.
Because right after we did, was it Grace? Was it called Grace Road? The portion of Old Grace Lake renamed?
Yes, sir.
I was on the ride along with a deputy and he wasn't aware, but I mean, it just happened.
Correct. We've not actually made the changes of the signage and all. We do have the addresses and spreadsheet format. If anybody would like to look at it, be more than happy to forward them. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
We have Mr. Kale here. He had contacted us. Mr. Kale had some damage to his vehicle, and ACCG is denying the claim it was a road issue. Mr. Kale would like to share with us what his problems are with that.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Kale. I work for the Board of Education here in Effingham County. I have currently the misfortune to live in northern Effingham County, and I see that the road issues are incredibly difficult issue to address. And, of course, the rains have been horrific lately. Right now, I have two vehicles. I have an Excursion and I have an Infinity. And I can't drive the Infinity anymore because the roads will not let me out. For several weeks, Dials Landing was closed because of a logging issue. During that time, we could only go on Porter's Landing. Well, the rains came, a little creek started across the road and it had a sloped bank to it. That was fine. We could drive through that sloped bank. On Wednesday the 17th, apparently, I heard from Mr. Exley, my neighbor, that a ditch had been dug to drain that field where all this water was coming from. And it was right in the crack of where this little sloped creek was. So when I drove through there on Wednesday, my wheels dropped down in this crack and my car rammed into the side of the ditch. Now, there were no barrels, there were no signs, no warning that somebody had dug this ditch. And my wife and I were trying to go to work that day. My Excursion goes through it just fine, but now my Infinity is sitting in the driveway. And, I know that there's been a lot of rain and the roads are a big issue, but we're really suffering up in northern Effingham. I'm telling you, I have only one road now, and I have to drive my Excursion to go to work. And in my opinion, the $900 damage to my Infinity was because that ditch was dug and there was no warning and I didn't know it was there, and I had to go to work. It was the only road I had to go on. And so far I have heard nothing from the insurance agency. I talked to Fiona and she's going to try to get back in touch with Melody Adams, I think her name is, but she has not responded to me at all. And I think that the county should be paying for my car damage here. And I know it's not a standard thing for somebody to go through a pothole, but this, in my view, this is a different issue.
Who dug the ditch?
I was told by Mr. Exley that the road crew was out there trying to drain that field, and he had been talking to them about putting in a culvert. And a couple days later, the culvert showed up when they closed the road. But when I went through the ditch, he told me that somebody had actually dug that ditch deeper, and it was under the water, so you couldn't see it. When I went across it, my wheels dropped in there. The car ran into the other side of the ditch.
So there was water standing, you drove through standing water and this ditch had been dug.
And we'd been doing that for several days. You could see the little creek, and it was kind of clear and kind of muddy, and we'd been going through this slope ditch all this time, the week before that. But when I went through it this day, somebody had dug that ditch, and he told me that the road crew did it to drain the field.
It was basically, water was crossing the road, it washed across the road a little, and that's what traffic was driving through. And then somebody did obviously go up there and try to drain water from one side of the road to the other.
And it was obvious that it was cut out because, the slope where it was, where my tires fell in, it was that much deeper in the bottom of the ditch.
It wasn't like a shovel ditch.
So
That's correct.
The road crew went out there and did that.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. When this claim was initially submitted, it was my understanding and talking with the road department that the ditch had been created by water flowing across the road. Obviously, if they dug that and didn't put any advance warning sign, this is a different issue. So I need to go back and verify with them again exactly what transpired there. But I believe what was submitted to ACCG, if you want to stop me when I'm wrong, was that the water flowing across this dirt road is what had caused the ditch.
What would the road department accomplish by cutting the drainage fields? That's what I'm not getting.
Well, what was happening,
If they did, yeah. I mean,
they cut down about 1,000 acres of trees that used to suck up all this water, and it had no place to go when they cut those trees down. It started running across the road, and
the roads were beat up there anyway. This was part of the stuff with the whole timber ordinance thing.
the ditches hadn't been pulled in over a year. The water had no place to go.
it's a natural low spot that exists, and we have now added a pipe in this location and filled it, which has been closed again because now the material on top of the pipe has gotten saturated to the point that you get stuck in it.
It's a bad situation.
It's a very bad situation, there's no doubt. So I will definitely check with Jerry tomorrow again and verify what happened with this.
And just to clarify, I did not know that Mr. Exley had been told and had seen them cut this ditch. I did not know this when I made the report.
Nor did I checking on it. So
And so after he told me that, I said, well, in my view, this is even more grounds for the county to pay for this damage.
Mr. Kale, let Toss check into it, and give us a few days on it.
And then maybe talking to Mr. Exley, who did you see, what did you know?
I couldn't get him to come with me tonight, but I think I can. He's the one that was really talking to the road crew, because he has to drive through this thing too.
If you see him, ask him to call Toss.
Okay.
Tell him what he saw.
And as long as the board's okay with it, if I can get your information, I'll follow up with you after speaking with Jerry, as long as y'all are okay with it.
That'd be great.
Did the road crew provide information to ACCG? Is there?
Well, it wasn't a claim that the road crew did it originally. They assumed it was a wash across the road.
But who took the pictures, Gilman?
I did.
You did? Okay. Yeah, we have some pictures of the ditch and so forth and the vehicle. I believe that, I know we'd spoken with Public Works, and again, it was my understanding it was caused by flowing water, so we will go back and check
That's what
it.
he's going to ACTG, the flood is just from the water.
I think you would amend the claim and let them let the insurance, they'll look into it to see the liability.
Well, I believe either way, it's going to be lower than our deductible, so.
Yeah. Mr. Kale's been pretty patient with all this, though. Just try to find out what the
correct.
story is.
We just need to know the facts and submit the facts.
Way above my deductible. Thank you.
Any other staff have anything to report?
Yes, sir.
Any commissioners?
I got just one quick thing, an upcoming meeting, if, I've got some citizens along 21 that are concerned about the litter and maintenance, and Toss and I met with DOT with them, and basically I've told them that they just need to come before the board for their concern at that point. So, we can get that on the agenda.
We have spoken with the board on that also, and he has agreed to go to an every week schedule on cutting and litter pickup, and to supplement the cutting that Public Works can't do around guardrails, along those deeper ditches. So we are making strides to correct that, although I understand she's still not happy.
Yeah, it won't include vacuuming the criminals. Yeah, I spoke with her today and kind of explained the policymakers, six-member board. I'm doing my best, but she just needs to come forward.
When you say it won't include vacuuming and stuff, I would say this about that. I think it's exacerbated by when you wait an extremely long period of time and you cut it, you got a hayfield out there and highway. So there's a little bit of reasonableness to her complaint.
Well, and that should be mitigated by the new schedule of cutting the wall.
Yeah, and then.
So the time that you guys been busy working on ditches and drainage.
Oh, man, that's true. I know.
Well, and again, I completely agree, but I think that our bull gangs, our impact crews are not quite as busy. We do have some capacity.
And with all the rain, the grass will be growing quick.
And to say DOT, once Jerry had cut the part from the county line to Goshen, DOT was going to follow right behind us and they sprayed it with retardant. So hopefully it won't grow back up before the growing season ends. So
Again, her, I'm not so sure it's, I think she really wants it manicured. When you say Toss?
I believe that's probably accurate. But again, we have talked to the board and he has agreed to do some extra things out there. We are working on it, but she is still on that.
Just in front of Silverwood.
Yes.
Tell her, come on, have her day in court.
That's the thing to do.
You got anything else? That's it. Steve? Reggie? Derek?
The information that
he's not indicated he wanted to sue. He just stated his assertion that he believes those roads.
It's an indication that we need to take action as a board to make this determination.
So I guess that's my question. I'm putting this on the agenda to discuss.
I just wanted you to be aware we are going, I'm preparing information for the attorney's review so that he can create a legal opinion.
All right.
That will come back to you as soon as I have that legal opinion. And again, he's waiting on me for the information at this point.
All right. Anybody else? I will entertain a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Make a motion to go into executive session where we'll discuss personnel, property, and pending litigation. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? None being opposed?